The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order.
Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin
Present.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
He's
He's present virtually.
Senator Blyden present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr. absent. Senator Janelle K. Serow. Senator Serow absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Here.
Senator Vialet present. Mr. Chair, you have 3 present, 4 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Correspondence dated August 26, 2022. Honorable Kurt Vialet, Chairperson, Committee on Finance, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Dear Chairperson Vialet, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my late arrival to today's Committee on Finance meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lawetz Conference Room on St. Croix. Please have all circulated documents placed on my desk for immediate review upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Kindest regards, Donna Fred Gregory, President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator Fred Gregory as tardy.
Mr. Chair, you have 3 present, 3 absent, 1 tardy.
Any more correspondence?
No, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed and read the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Finance Fiscal Year 2023 budget hearing for Friday, August 26, 2022 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2023 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. At 9 a.m., Public Employees Relations Board. The Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee. Invited testifiers, Pierina Jacobs-Feldman, Chairperson. Yirah Tutein, Executive Director. 12:30 p.m. Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. Invited testifiers, Bernice Gums, Acting Executive Director. And at 2 p.m., Magens Bay Authority. Invited testifiers, Hubert Brumant, General Manager. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. First up, we have PERB and the Labor Management Committee. I'm going to allow both individuals to put their name and title on the record, along with counsel who will be participating virtually. So I'll begin with Ms. Feldman, name and title on the record.
My name is Pierina Jacobs-Feldman, and I'm chairman to the PERB.
Thank you so much. Mr. Tyne.
Jira Tutein, Executive Director to BI Labor Management Committee.
Thank you. Attorney Roy.
Good morning. My name is Larry Raymond Roy, legal counsel to the PERB.
Thank you so much. Ms. Feldman, you will proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good day, Honorable Chair and other members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Pierina Jacobs-Feldman. I am the chairman to the Virgin Islands Public Employees Relations Board, also known as PERB. In addition to myself, I would like to first recognize the current board members, Rodney Moorhead, Frederick Joseph, Aubrey Lee, and Annie Day Henry. It should be noted that all board members' terms are expired. Although I continue to inquire with individuals of their interest in serving Unfortunately, no one has responded positively on their willingness to serve. I take this time to sincerely thank our board members for their commitment, loyalty, and dedication to the PERB process. I especially recognize Mr. Rodney Moorhead because he is the only board member who continues to serve without a per diem throughout his 19 years of service. Sitting with me today are Executive Director Zandra E. Peterson and Esther Felix Donnelly, our Fiscal and Human Resources Manager. Legal Counsel Larry Raymond Roy is joining us via Zoom. I also say good afternoon to board members, staff, and to the audience viewing and/or listening. For the record, as a reminder, on August 31st, 1980, the PERB was established through the enactment of Act 4440. Pursuant to Act 4440, the PERB shall be comprised of 5 members appointed by the governor with the advice and consent of the legislature. 2 of the members shall have experience involving labor relations on behalf of labor. 2 members shall have experience involving labor relations on behalf of management, and the 5th member serves as chairman to the PERB. The Act also requires that not less than 2 members represent the District of St. Croix, and not less than 2 members represent the District of St. Thomas, St. John. Furthermore, in accordance with Act 4440, the mission of the PERB is to provide for an orderly and constructive relationship between public employers and their employees and union representatives in a neutral environment. Through enabling legislation, the PERB has jurisdiction and the authority to handle certain types of cases filed by employees of the government of the Virgin Islands. Given these laws, the PERB is mandated to function as an impartial administrative agency, where the board members serve as fact-finders and make decisions about cases based solely on the law, public policy, and precedent. The PERB does not give advice or advocate on behalf of anyone. When PERB's decisions are appealed, PERB's legal counsel defends the PERB's ruling in the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. As you are aware, we continue to be challenged with the COVID virus, and our operations have not returned to an in-house process as of yet. Over the past few months, the virus has affected 4 of our staff members thus far. As a result, we continue to be very diligent and follow the CDC and the Department of Health guidelines. I am pleased to share with you that aside from our mandated duties, PERB continues to stay in compliance with CDC guidelines and take measures to ensure the health and safety of its staff and board members. For example, board meetings and executive sessions continue to be held via Zoom. As we embrace PERB for the new norm, board members and staff have attended both live and virtual conferences and have received valuable information to assist us with this undertaking. I must also add that this fiscal year, more than previous years, PERB employees and board members have suffered the loss of close family members, as well as experiencing challenging health issues while continuing to take care of their responsibilities at the PERB without complaint. As to the PERB's fiscal year 2023 budget, in viewing our projections for fiscal year 2022, given the present conditions, we are in favor with the governor's fiscal year 2022 recommended budget on behalf of the PERB in the amount of $1,496,909. Honorable Chair, it is always important to remind this body and the listening and viewing public that PERB is the only agency to address and resolve complaints, conflicts, and grievances in labor relation matters that directly affect our government employees. The PERB will continue to carry out its duties and responsibilities despite the challenges we face as we work through this endemic. In closing, to our staff, I say thank you for your continued loyalty and dedication to the PERB, especially during these trying times, as we continue to experience the pressures of coping issues surrounding this serious virus. Thank you for your attention. Ms. Peterson will now follow.
Thank you, Chairman Feldman. Good morning, Honorable Chair and other members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Zandra E. Peterson, Executive Director and Certified Hearing Officer and Mediator to the PERB. I am here to present additional information regarding PERB's Fiscal Year 2023 budget request. My short presentation will provide additional highlights of PERB's accomplishments during Fiscal Year 2022 to date, a breakdown of PERB's Fiscal Year 2023 budget request, and also provide you with our anticipated plans for Fiscal Year 2023. My written script and supporting documentation was provided to you via email. The organizational structure of the PERB is comprised of the chairman and 4 board members. We are budgeted for 13 positions, which include 10 on St. Croix and 2 on St. Thomas. The final position is for scanning archivist that is budgeted as a part-time position. This position is currently vacant, but we anticipate filling it early in Fiscal Year 2023. Now to look at our Fiscal Year 2022 accomplishments. In addition to what Chairman Feldman shared with you, I am pleased to provide a few more noteworthy accomplishments during Fiscal Year 2022 to date. I begin with our caseload statistics as of July 31st, 2022. The total number of appeals filed during October 1, 2021 through July 31, 2022 is 40. 35 cases were closed. 112 cases remain pending. Further, 35 appeals are pending at the Superior Court. We have issued 52 arbitration panels thus far, and 33 appeals were forwarded to mediation. Of this amount, 3 remain pending. Also, we are pleased to announce that we have entered into an agreement with retired Judge Henry Carr III to provide assistance as needed with conducting hearings and mediations. Judge Carr is also an arbitrator and mediator. Under our administrative accomplishments, to ensure the safety of all, we have installed plexiglass in our conference rooms on both St. Thomas and St. Croix and our training center on St. Croix. We have installed CPR AED devices in both offices and in our training center on St. Croix. We have upgraded our desktop computers on both islands. And in March, we conducted a tsunami drill. On the training and development, we are especially proud to share with you the accomplishment of our legal assistant, Sonia Henry, who successfully completed the paralegal certification examination. All staff updated their CPR AED first aid training, and selected staff and board members attended various conferences, some of which were virtual at no cost and some were live. I will now provide a brief justification for our Fiscal Year 2023 budget request in the amount of $1,496,909. A breakdown of the budget is as follows. On the personnel services, $818,520, or approximately 55% of the budget. Fringe benefits is $337,546. Office and operating supplies come to $23,680. $300,563, or approximately 20%, will cover other services and charges, which include professional services, communication costs, rental of machines and buildings, and repair and maintenance. Finally, utilities make up the final category in the amount of $16,600. Our objectives for fiscal year 2023 is as follows. Of course, first and foremost, we will continue to remain focused on addressing our pending appeals in a timely manner. We expect to fill the vacant position of the scanning archivist. This employee will begin the process of electronically organizing and storing our growing closed case files. And to ensure the safety of the staff, board members, and our clients, as an added precautionary measure, we will be installing ultraviolet lights in both offices and the training center that will provide continuous disinfection of the air we breathe. In summary, during fiscal year 2023, we will continue to do what is necessary to meet PERB's statutory duties within its budgetary constraints, especially as it relates to the effective management of its caseload. In closing, I would like to inform the public that due to the pandemic, our offices have been closed. However, all conferences, meetings, and hearings continue to be conducted via Zoom communications. However, early in fiscal year 2023, we look forward to returning to in-house activities. Senators, to this end, we respectfully request that you approve PERB's budget request as recommended by the governor in the amount of $1,496,909. Finally, as always, I take a moment to sincerely thank our staff for their ongoing loyalty and dedication, especially during these challenging times. Thank you for your attention. We will now respond to any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll go to Mr. Tutein.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and other distinguished members of the Finance Committee of the 34th Legislature. My name is Yirah Tutein, Executive Director of the VI Labor Management Committee, also known as the VI LMC. I'm honored to make this presentation to you and to request budget consideration on behalf of the Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee. My presentation will provide a brief overview of the objectives and strategies of an agency labor management committee. Then I will close with a brief overview of the Virgin Islands Labor Management Fiscal Year 2023 budget recommendation. The executive committee is comprised of 9 members, 4 management members, which are Joseph Rensford, co-chair, Ronald Tutein, Roy Moorhead, and Alces Lewis Brown. 5 members that are labor are Carol Armstrong, co-chair, Hilary Jean Baptiste, Classia Industrious, Geraldine Buncombe, and Joseph Guns. The staff of the committee consists of an executive director and labor relations officer. The historical background. The concept of the VI Labor Management Committee was brought to the territory in 1982 through the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service. The FMCS, as it is known, was actively organizing these committees nationally. The program provided by the VI Labor Management Committee are designed to assist the employee in developing the skills and abilities to participate effectively in group dynamics. This is important when developing labor management cooperation. Union management cooperation in concept is finding areas in common that the union and management can work well together and seeking ways to accomplish goals jointly. Management and union cooperation is not an absence of conflict. All organizations and interpersonal relations experience some degree of conflict. The focus of the VI LMC. 1, the primary focus of the VI LMC is a development of an agency labor management committees to provide employees involvement with management in addressing and recommending solutions to workplace issues and problems not directly related to collective bargaining agreements, but impacts the workplace. 2, the VI Labor Management Committee is prepared to provide dispute resolution services in grievance mediation, facilitation of agency problems and issues to address these concerns. The VI LMC will provide training activities on an agency basis, which will allow the team building to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of the agency. Alternative dispute methods involve grievance mediation, interest mediation, facilitation, fact-finding, and conciliation. These focus on joint solving strategies reflecting labor management mutual interests. The ADR, as it is known, saves money and time with quick results. It serves to break up disputes and continued disagreements. Grievances, conflicts, and disagreements are inevitable. However, early orientation, training, and retraining will serve to resolve and reduce the number of grievances that would result in arbitration or cause lower morale. The VI-LMC workshop focuses on encouraging greater cooperation with labor and management in the workplace with an aim for higher level of job performance. Cooperation between labor and management in the workplace can be a powerful force to increase the efficiency of government when it is applied and practiced consistently in an agency. Significant changes and needs are created whenever there is a change in government administration. Personnel trained in labor management relations may retire or are shifted into or out of agencies. These changes impact the labor management relationship within the agencies. As an agency head, managers and supervisors are appointed. The budget supplement request will support the VI-LMC program to provide in-house workshops in contract administration, conflict management, problem solving, grievance mediation, and grievance handling for supervisors, stewards for agencies. Now I'll give a brief description of a budget recommendation for fiscal year 2023. The VI-LMC fiscal 2023 governor's recommendation budget is $899,000. The budget breakdown is as follows: $126,000 will cover personnel, which includes one part-time employee. $10,000 covers fringe benefits. $5,000 covers office supplies. $47,925 will cover the other services and charges. This amount includes professional services for workshops, network, and communication, rental costs for the office, and the cost of inter-island travel, and the cost of utilities. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the VI Labor Management Committee, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present our budget to the Finance Committee. Co-Chair Joseph Ransford will now address the Finance Committee for the goals of 2023.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Kurt Vealy, other honorable senators, distinguished testifiers, colleagues, members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Joseph Ransford, co-chair of the Labor Management Committee. It is with the utmost respect and the will to further the cause of labor and management that I accept the invitation of testimony before your committee today. Collective bargaining is often contentious as management and labor fight for limited resources, coupled with budget constraints and political presence. However, this historic impediment can be neutralized where both sides can realize results that meet their respective goals through the efforts of the Labor Management Committee. Labor Management Committees are neither ad hoc nor parochial, but immerse itself in issues that both parties agree are problematic and has resonance with its stakeholders. This collaborative approach, though not new but rarely used, can be pivotal and rewarding to both sides. Typical bargaining requires a series of trade-offs, and this approach can be time-consuming and generally end with each side not trusting the other. Labor Management Committee collaborative approach allows a regular worker to feel like they are part of the decision-making process, give them an open channel to top management. It gives management an opportunity to demonstrate responses to constructive suggestions and valid complaints of employees in improving the workplace, and a means to tap large reservoir of know-how and creativeness of employees. Given this alternative approach and armed with the attitudes of sincerity, mutual trust, commitment, and objectivity, the appropriate skills of leadership, team building, and problem solving, a suitable structure assures adequate representation of labor and management, ensures attainment of decisions through consensus, and provide feedback mechanisms at all levels of the organization. The possibilities are endless. The key to success is for both sides to acknowledge it as a role and responsibility, be candid, and share appropriate information with each other. Show more flexibility than in traditional bargaining, and absolute confidence must be shown to each other to enable frank speech. The success of any labor management committee depends entirely on full commitment at the highest level of both employer and union leadership. In closing, the VI Labor Management Committee are excited for the advancement of labor management relations going forward, as we are committed to having at least 90% of all government instrumentalities with a workable LMC by the end of July 2023. We know it is a monumental task, but that is the goal we are striving to achieve. We ask for this body's continued support for the LMC. Thank you all. I am available for any questions that you may have.
Sure.
Thank you for your testimony. There's someone else at the table that didn't put the name and title on the record. Can you proceed and do so now?
Good morning, Esther Felix Donnelly, Fiscal and HR Manager.
Okay, thank you so much. I'd also like to welcome Senator Norville Francis, Senator Javen James, committee member, and Senator Angel Bolquez, who is here with us today. Colleagues, let's go to a round of questioning. We're going to begin with a 4-minute round. I will begin with Senator Marvin Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the listening viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Board Chair Feldman, Edie Peterson, and Edie Tutein, and thank you so much for your testimonies, and all other team members present, both on Teams and in the well. And thank you again for your testimony. Board Chair Feldman, I know you spoke to the board and the 5-member board, and you spoke to trying to get more members on the board, because I note that in a post-audit report, all of the board members' terms have been expired, some of them from since 2014. Succinctly, can you speak briefly to what's being done to assure that those board members are replaced and we have some new board members moving forward?
To be honest, the only thing I can do is try to seek out people that would have an interest in the board. One person I did ask was former senator, 2 former senators, and they were not interested. There are a couple of other people that I've approached, and they are not interested. It's very difficult to secure someone to come on board with PERB. First of all, you have to be diligent. You know, it's a lot of work as a board member, a lot of reading. You know, it's not something that you can just say, well, I can't do this or I can. You have to be dedicated.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Feldman. I appreciate it. We can follow up on that, but it's important that you have board members moving forward, because I know your mandate is to construct basically positive relationship between the employee and employer. And I know there is one vacancy, which is a scanning archivist, and it's part-time. How long have that position been vacant?
The position has been vacant for a few years.
What's a few years? 1, 2, 3?
About 2 years since the COVID crisis started.
And what's the challenge with filling this position?
Well, there are no challenges, Senator. We have already identified someone that has expressed interest, and we should be able to get that person on by the beginning of the year.
Okay, very
Next
well.
year.
And I know that your lease is expiring 24 and 26, so you don't have issues there. When it comes to the agency, I know you deal with complaints, conflicts, and grievances. How many complaints have you had thus far for the fiscal year 22? How many conflicts and how many grievances? Do you have those numbers?
Yes, I did indicate that in my introductory statement. I will look at it again. And
Well, I know you mentioned appeal, but I did not recall having complaints, conflicts, or grievances. But nonetheless, sure. I'll let you get it to me.
well, they
while I
are
move.
they are similarly named. So conflicts, grievances, they all end up as appeals to the board.
Correct. But I
And
just
they
was
were
asking-
they were 35 appeals pending, and we had 40 cases thus far filed for the fiscal year.
Okay, thank you for that. And in closing, Mr. Chair, you spoke to having an agreement with former Judge Carr.
Yes.
What's the amount of his agreement, and where is that fund coming from? Which account is that fund coming from? Which part of the budget?
Well, it's under the other services and charges professional account, and
Okay.
I don't have the amount that he requested as payment, so we can always send that to you, Senator, through the chair.
Please, through the chair. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Ms. Feldman, how many individuals are working virtually?
Excuse me? How many?
Are you still working virtually?
Am I still working virtually? Yes, we are. Yes.
The entire staff?
No.
Could you repeat that? I'm trying to get
I can
it
respond to that, Senator VLA. The board members, when we call for board meetings and executive sessions, most of them join us by Zoom. Some are not able to come in or not willing to come in due to the continued COVID virus. The staff are all present in-house, full-time, and the attorney and I deal with the hearings, and I deal with the mediations all via Zoom, but in-house at the PERV as well.
Okay, so yourself, the labor relations, you guys go into the office on a regular basis?
Oh, every day, sir. Our office is open 8 to 5.
Okay, and despite the fact that we're now in the endemic stage, you're still closed and not open up for service?
Well, we are working on opening up within the next fiscal year, early.
I can't see that at all. I mean, every place is open. Every place across America is open, and you're still closed, and there's a backlog of cases. I don't understand the rationale in still operating as if COVID-19 just started.
The backlog of cases is not as a result of us not being open. It would be the same if we were open, Senator. And
but you need to Okay, hold up. You need to be open. I was going all around the place, but long and short, you need to be open. It's an endemic stage, and we don't have any excuses anymore to be closed. You just flat out need to be open. We can't be funding this entity to the tune of a tremendous amount of money, and you're still operating virtually. It just can't work. Senator DeGraaf, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Bolkes was ahead of me. Mr. Chair, you copy?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Senator Bolkes was ahead of me.
Okay, Senator Bolkes, you go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being so chivalrous, Senator DeGraaf. Good morning, everyone. Morning. I'd like to start off with Chairwoman Jacobs-Feldman and administrative team. I'm looking at the post-auditor's report, and I have a few questions concerning the actuals. I see that the numbers reflect March of 2022, and I'm curious to know what the actuals are concerning the repairs and maintenance. I see that the number went down for fiscal year 23. Am I to assume all of the repairs that were needed have already been completed?
Yes, I'll have the HR and fiscal manager respond to that question, Senator.
The amount for repairs and maintenance as of July 31st is $18,794.50.
Okay. And concerning, there's no actual or numbers for fiscal year 23 concerning small tools. However, in 2 previous fiscal years, they were right about 30,000 plus.
Small tools for this fiscal year, we had computers that we purchased, and those amounts were reflected. Since we have already updated our computers, we don't project any expenses for the computers in 2023.
Okay, concerning your utility, public utilities, I see that you're projecting 16,000, and as of March 2022, it was already at 6. Do you believe that number needs to go up? It looks a little bit low to me.
As of July, we're at 10,000 for electricity. I project that we would be within that amount by the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, very well. Also on page 8 of 10, I see that there is Pitney Bowes. It's in 2 different sections, communication and rental of machines. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain?
The communication has to do with the postage, and the repair and maintenance has to do with the amount that we pay quarterly to Pitney Bowes.
Oh, so that's a quarterly
machine.
The amount I'm seeing is a quarterly amount that's paid?
It would be for the total, for the year.
For the year?
We pay them quarterly, but it's an annual amount.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'd like to quickly move on to labor management. Executive Director Tutein. Concerning post-auditor page number 2, concerning your program, seminars and outreach. How are your programs structured? Are they just created by need basis, or you have a number of programs already instituted?
We have a number of programs that we have already that we offer to the agencies.
Okay. And seminars and outreach, how many have you conducted and where have they been, and have any been conducted on St. John?
We haven't conducted any, neither here on St. John. Okay,
I'm hoping to hopefully see that next fiscal year if possible.
Okay.
Concerning your ask of $188,899, which is a little bit over from the previous fiscal year, does that include WAPA telecommunications or any other related services for operation?
Yes, that includes everything.
Okay. I don't know if my time has been called as yet.
Time?
Is that time? Okay.
Your time was just called, but you may proceed and ask your question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. One quick question for you, again, Executive Director Tutein. Between the post-auditor's report and your testimony, I'm seeing a variance between the number of board members. In the post-auditor's report, it's saying 10, and in your testimony, it's 9. So is it 9 or 10?
Right now it's 9.
Right now it's 9, but
Yeah.
a total of 10.
Yes, a total of 10.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bulquist. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Edie Peterson, good to see you. It's Tutein, good to see you guys.
Same.
You can see you walking here with an army of people. I ain't never had so much people around, but you know, good to see you. For me, 2022 budget, 1,496,909. 2023 budget, 1,496,909. Employees are exempt employees?
Yes, for the PERB, all employees are exempt employees.
Right, so when are they due or in line for any wage increases or anything like that?
We try to give them cost of living increase every year.
So they got in 22?
No, sir.
So your budget the same for 23. So where we gonna get our money from to get them a cost of living increase?
Well, we plan to provide that, of course, with approval of the board in fiscal year 2023, effective October 1.
Yeah, but if you're going to have the same amount from 22, is it already in the 22 budget?
It is in the 23 budget. We have been able to adjust the budget to accommodate those increases.
But the numbers are the same.
Yes.
1,496,909.
Yes.
So how would you, where you get our money from?
Well, it's going to come within the same budget because we've been able to make some adjustments.
Okay. In what area?
I believe in professional services. Yes, usually in that area, other services and charges.
Okay, so to put into
In personnel services and fringe benefits.
Okay, I see that you mentioned something in regards to I guess UV lighting to improve air quality.
Yes.
Where? In which one of the facilities?
That will be done throughout all offices and our training center.
So why is that needed?
Well, it continuously cleans the air. So for those individuals and the board members that are concerned about picking up any viruses, that continuously cleans the air. There are board members who really are not comfortable in reporting to the office because of their health situation. So we are doing our best to make it comfortable for everyone who comes into the PERB.
Okay, so the health situation in regards to COVID or regards to just the facility itself, and you need to have that done?
In general, there are
okay.
some board members that have health concerns that are not comfortable in coming into the PERB office or to the public.
Also, to install air conditioned unit, where? In St. Thomas or St. Croix?
Esther Donnelly will respond to that.
We didn't do anything with the air condition. We're just installing the UV light system. That's all.
Oh, okay. So the air conditioning system is good.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That is actually under the management of both facilities. They're the ones that deal with the air conditioning. They clean them continuously and install new ones.
Your capital outlay is zero, you know.
Correct.
Yeah. So how are we gonna put in the UV lights with a zero capital outlay?
Esther will respond.
Yes.
The cost of those went under supplies, small tools.
The UV lights went under supplies.
Yes.
We already purchased them.
Oh, okay.
They're just waiting to be installed, and the management of both facilities already indicated they will be assisting us with that.
Okay, so the cost to install? What's the
None.
cost? No cost. Okay. Okay. Your vehicles, you have 2 up for auction. Are they gone out your fleet, or you're going to send them to auction?
Well, the one on St. Thomas, which was an older model, we turned it into property and procurement, and they informed us that they sent it to another agency that was in dire need. As for the one on St. Croix, we still have that pending an auction at some point. They haven't done that on St. Croix yet.
Are you going to get back 2 vehicles?
No, sir.
Okay, so because I'm saying your vehicle cost has remained the same in fuel and thing, and you're losing 2 vehicles.
Yes.
So,
well, we lost one.
One so far.
So far, yes.
If I may wrap up, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Proceed.
Okay, and I had 2 things really. A 12% reduction in your leases, and in regards to Ms. Tutein, I got one question for you. But in regards to the 12% reduction, what was that for?
Ms. Donnelly will respond to that.
And what is that total amount?
The 12% that was given to us from CPTC, our landlord and St. Croix only, was an amount that they just gave us a discount at the time.
And what was that amount?
12% of our it turned out it's presently 4,171 monthly.
And 12% of that is how much?
So that's the current percent after the 12%.
Oh, after the 12%. Okay, yes. Okay. And finally, Ms. Tutein, in regards to your employees, how much employees you say was?
Right now it's just 2.
So your ask is the same, or?
It's the same.
Right. So no wage increases or anything for your employees or anything?
No.
No incentives, not in it.
No.
Everything is good.
Everything
Okay.
is fine.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I'm seeing in the organizational chart on page 3 of 10 that you have a Joel Dorset that works with you, Ms. Feldman?
That is correct. Mr. Dorset is now serving time with the Virgin Islands National Guard. He's on leave, and until such time that his service comes to an end. Currently, he's on orders for 5 years. I believe he's exhausted 3 thus far.
I'm reading the footnote, and it's saying that he's on military leave until February 25th, 2027.
Yes.
That's 5 years from now. I don't understand. I've never seen that before, where somebody's on military leave from the job for 5 years.
That is the maximum amount unless he's called out for additional leave. The orders are very clear. He's on a special service called by the military.
And when did he start the service?
When he started? Okay. What year did he go? Okay, he started a few years ago. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what date, but it does expire in 2027.
So if it's a few years ago, you're saying that he's going to be on military leave like for 7 years, more than 7 years?
Yeah, it apparently that year listed there is incorrect. But he's been gone for 2 to 3 years now, so.
Can we see a copy of that order?
I'm sorry, of what?
Can you submit a copy of the order?
We'll see if we
committee?
can. It's in his personnel file.
there's no reason why you can't submit it to the Finance Committee. But what I wanted to know is that why you haven't hired somebody? Because the position has been vacant for the last 2.5 years. Is that why you haven't hired somebody?
We did hire someone, but in accordance with the USERA law, we have to keep that position funded and open until he returns. Someone else is performing his duties.
So you have someone else that's performing his duties until he returns?
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the staff, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, as well as good morning to PERB and the Labor Management Committee. Ms. Chair Feldman, have there ever been an assessment or an evaluation of Act 4440? I don't think that the government of the Virgin Islands have ever been the same since the implementation of Act 4440. Have there been an assessment to determine whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, and how it can be improved? Have there ever been any such assessment are you aware of since 1980?
No, to my knowledge, no, Senator.
Do you think that there should be an assessment of Act 4440, whether or not it's being efficient, effective, if there is an opportunity to amend, correct, and improve it?
I'm going to refer that to the executive director at this time.
Good morning, Senator Francis. We are currently finalizing the rules and regulations, which has not been updated for probably since 1983. So we're in the process of finalizing it now and getting it to the AG's office, as well as to the office of the governor and the public before releasing it. All entities will have input into that.
And based on your initial evaluation and putting together your rules and regulations, what's your thoughts? It is their position in respect to Act 4440.
Well, our rules and regulations were developed in accordance with Act 4440. There are several areas that need to be amended, which is why we need to amend the rules and regulations.
Very well. Has there been a recommendation sent forth to this body, or is there one forthcoming in respect to how we could address that?
I apologize. This body will get a copy of the draft rules and regulations as well. It has to go through several entities before it becomes final.
Okay. Do you care to put on record any of the problematic area, any challenges that Act 4440 present for the PERB?
Not at this time, Senator.
Very well. Thank you. How many meetings have you had for this fiscal year so far?
We have had 3 board meetings, I believe. Unfortunately, this fiscal year, hello?
I'm sorry, say that number again, please?
We've had 3. And we have one
3?
scheduled for next month. Yes. Unfortunately, this year has seen an unprecedented amount of illnesses and deaths in the family of board members and staff. So it's been rather difficult this fiscal year. But we will be going back to our regular monthly meetings beginning next month.
And these meetings have been virtual or in person?
They've been both, as a matter of fact, virtual and whenever it's possible, in person, yes.
Very well. And the attendance has been, have you been able to meet quorum?
Oh, yes, we always have a quorum these past several years. I always have a full board, yes. Very dedicated, yes, indeed.
Very well. And what is the expenditures for per diem for FY 2022?
Executive Director will respond.
And Fiscal Manager has those numbers in her notes. I'll allow her to respond to that.
Good morning, Senator. The
Morning.
amount for per diem is included in our other services and charges, but I don't have the total cost with me for per diems.
Can I ask that you submit that to the chair at some point, please?
Yes, we
Is it-
can.
okay, very well. And Mr. Was my time called? Yes, sir. A quick questions for labor, the LMC, Labor Management Committee. How many training have you had for FY 2022?
Joseph Rensford, 6th Senator.
And what is your projection for FY 2023?
We have intention to step it up, so we are looking at possibly 15.
And can you tell us the 6 areas, department agencies that you have had for that training?
We've had VA Port Authority, Division of Personnel, VA Housing Authority.
Can you speak a little louder, sir, please?
Oh, sorry. VA Port Authority, Division of Personnel, VA Housing Finance Authority, LEPC, Nurse VA SNA Nurses, and the Water and Power Authority.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I just want to quickly say my sincere condolences to the PERB employees and board members who have experienced and suffered from loss with their close family members. And as far as Mr. Joel Dorset, I just want to say thank you for your service as you serve our country. My question to PERB, when it comes to outstanding vendors, do we have any outstanding vendors?
No,
and
sir.
outstanding payments?
No, we do not, Senator.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. And as far as your FY 2023 goals and objectives, I saw here where you mentioned PERB training initiative programs, and one of the many that you mentioned was sexual harassment. As you know, sexual harassment has been a big thing for the past few months in the Virgin Islands government, and we want to get an understanding of what kind of training initiative programs and how much are you spending specifically for sexual harassment.
I do not believe you were a senator at the time, but I have conducted about 3 sexual harassment trainings here at the legislature. During COVID, I have not done any of these trainings. We have a few requests from agencies that we are working on dates in order to provide that training. We do not pay for it. I mean, our service is at no cost, but the supplies and the travel and so forth is borne by the agency that requests it.
Well, thank you for placing that on the records. So hopefully you can get things back up and running like the good finance chair said. We're in an endemic.
Absolutely.
So it's time to get back to normalcy. Because this thing is growing in the Virgin Islands government, and I can only imagine during the election year, only God knows what will come up. And as far as your budget, I see where you had a drastic reduction in certain areas, specifically repairs and maintenance. I know in FY 2021, you had approximately $29,000 allotted, and then the following year, $10,000, then it dropped to $2,000 for the FY 2023 request. Can you speak to what you have done as far as repairs and maintenance in the past, and what you plan to do with the $2,000 allotment for FY 2023?
Ms. Donnelly will respond to that.
Good morning, Senator. Previously in the past, for fiscal year 2021 and present, we have had to sanitize the office and make improvements as a result of the pandemic. So that's why you're seeing the high cost.
So stop right there. Stop right there. So have you in the past received COVID-19 funds? You were using local funds to do that?
Yes, our expenditures was coming from the general fund.
However, we did submit the request like any other agency as to how much we have spent to deal with the pandemic. We have not received a response yet. I believe that went to OMB.
Well, please follow up on that because I find that very weird that we have COVID-19 funds and you are utilizing local dollars when we have federal dollars to do exactly what you are talking about when it comes to the FY 2021. And you can proceed with answering the question.
In moving forward, we projections weren't made for improvements. Our improvement would have been completed by fiscal year 2023. So it's just general repairs and maintenance of the office or equipment that might go bad that we project that cost for 2023, which is a reduction.
And you were able to, of course, to draw down on the funds, and those funds rolled over. You were as far as being able to expend it.
It came from within our budget. We don't have to draw down. It just was paid from our budget, our operating budget.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yes.
And then last but not least, I see here for training in FY 2021, which was during the height of COVID, and you had over $14,000 allotted for training. And in FY 2022, you requested $6,000, and now this year for FY 2023, you're asking $5,000. What contributed to that drastic drop there? Is that COVID-19 again?
Well, during the pandemic, board members and staff did not attend any live. A lot of the conferences that we go to did not provide live conferences. So what they did is they provided virtual conferences, which was at no cost to keep the agencies updated. When they turned live this year, we began to attend a few of the live programs.
Okay, so what I'm getting from this entire budget here, when you compare FY 2021, 2022, and 2023, there has been a drastic reduction in cost saving as a result of the members of PERB being cautious during COVID-19. And as I commend you for that, at the same time, I'm asking you to get up and running as far as being able to go back in the real world. I'm assuming individuals were vaccinated, and we all know by now what we should do as far as wearing masks to be able to protect ourselves. And I see you shaking your head, but it's the truth. It's an endemic. It's time to get back to normal.
I have no problem. We did plan already to open back up the offices the first week of fiscal year, which is October 1st. And regarding everyone is not vaccinated, but everyone wear their masks in the office, and they're separated for those who, and we did put in our plexiglass, just as you have, in our conference rooms. So we are doing our best to make individuals feel comfortable, including our board members, to come in and provide live service.
As the senator said, and I said before, it's an endemic. We have to treat it as such. It's back to normal. Everybody need to be back to some level of normalcy. Schools are open, everything is going on, colleges are open, all the stores are open. You have a very small staff, a very small group that does mediation, etc. There should be no reason to still be in that March of 2020 mood. This is now 2022. I'm looking at your numbers, your requests for fiscal year 23. Turn to page 6 of 10. What is the request? Fiscal year, and I got to go to 22. You're requesting $788,000. Is that for some additional positions, or that's for what?
Are you on page 6 of 10, you said, Senator?
Yes, I'm looking to see, how much did you receive last fiscal year for personnel?
Okay, so we're looking at fiscal year 21.
Yes.
Okay, I'll allow Esther to respond to that. She has the numbers.
In fiscal year 2022, we requested $781,520 for personnel.
Okay, 781,000. How much have you expended thus far, actuals for personnel?
As of July, the end of July, we expended $554,751.
751?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that would be 2 months left. So you already utilized 10 months.
Yes, sir. We have already requested. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Ms. Feldman, before the last budget, your monies were available until expended, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much do you have in that account?
I'm sorry, but
What's the balance of that?
Ms. Donnelly would need to respond to that. The president would not have all those numbers with her.
Thank you. Somebody from the staff. What's the amount in that account?
We have approximately $45,000 that we have designated to do some upgrades.
45,000?
Yes, sir.
And that's designated to?
For IT upgrades for the network.
Okay. Didn't you do that last year?
Excuse me?
Didn't you make a request? Didn't the entity make a request for IT upgrade before?
No, we haven't. We just updated the computers. Now we're going to be working on that network.
Okay, so that should take place before the end of this fiscal year or after?
This fiscal year.
Okay. How many outstanding cases do we have?
I believe we mentioned it. One moment.
112?
112 cases are pending. Those include the various types of cases that come to the PERB. It would not include, it may have a few of the 530 cases which are time barred, and but most of the cases listed here are Section 531, which are discrimination cases.
What's the target date to resolve those 112 cases?
It's ongoing, Senator. We fit them in as best as we can, and we are hopeful that we can get most of these that are listed as pending by the end of the year, at least most of them. When it says pending, it usually means that the hearings have been completed under informal conferences similar to the courts, and then you have to put together your fact finding and put it together for the board members to review each case, read all the information, and make their decision. That's what it's meant by pending.
So 112, 4 months left in the year, so you're expecting to resolve maybe 28 cases a month?
We're trying to do as best as we can. The board members come in. Sometimes board meetings and executive sessions run for 2 days, but we have to wait to see what we can do and how much cases can go before them. it is a very tedious task, especially to our board members. Each case
I understand all of that, but these cases involve individuals who might have been terminated, who are not being paid. So, correct?
No, Senator. The 530 cases address the termination, suspension, and demotions of employees. Those are never really pending. They have to be resolved within 60 days. That means a hearing has to be done, and after the hearing, you put together all the fact-finding and the case law, and the board members come in separately in order to rule on those.
What's the 531?
The 531 cases deal with discrimination, and those are not as time-barred as the 530 cases. So we try to fit in as many of those as we can. Again, we have a small staff, and the legal team works pretty hard in order to try to put all the fact-finding information together for the board members.
So when you say you have a small staff that is limiting your ability to process, what is the recommendation? I'm trying to see how we could really just get these cases resolved.
Well, we have a legal counsel, assistant, a legal assistant, and 2 administrative legal aides, and we also have 1 a court reporter. Hopefully we'll be able to utilize some of the individuals that I mentioned before, like Judge Carr and Judge Smark, in order to assist us.
Okay, point of inquiry, Senator James. Senator James, why?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the point of inquiry. And of course, we're not asking for any sensitive information, but my inquiry to PERB is, out of those 112 cases, is it possible you can submit to this body by the type of cases, and then specifically, can you tell us out of the 112 pending cases, how many of those cases are sexual harassment? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Welcome, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. You're recognized. You had to answer, Ms. Feldman, for the senator's question before I go to Senator Fred Gregory?
Do I have anything to add? No.
No, do you have? Sir.
I'm sorry, Ms. Feldman wouldn't have that information. Legal counsel would have that information, and we'll provide that to you, Senator, separately.
So the answer is you'll provide it after you don't have that information now?
We don't. We do have the breakdown that was submitted to you in our information.
Which is page 18 of your presentation?
Correct.
But I think he wanted some. Senator, restate your query.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question was, my point of inquiry was, out of those 112 cases, because I'm on the same page 18, if you could have could you break down the type of cases out of the 112, the type of cases, and out of those 112 cases, how many of those are sexual harassment, knowing that we have seen complaints of sexual harassment in the Virgin Islands government? Just want to see the data and the statistics.
Regarding sexual harassment type cases, that would probably fall into the discrimination 531 caseload. We wouldn't have that specific information. I will ask the legal counsel when I return to the office to see if she can go through the cases to determine if any of them are referenced in sexual harassment. On page 18, it does state the types of cases. We have unfair labor practice cases, and we have representation and decertification petitions, which are petitions that union members bring forth regarding their unions, whether they want to decertify them or not, and those are pretty lengthy cases. We have unit clarifications that the unions will bring forward to regarding positions that they may believe to be placed under the union. Impasses. We have the GS 530 cases, as you can see here. These are closed pretty quickly because those are the termination cases, and we have to complete that process within 60 days in accordance with law. The 531 cases, as you can see, on this fiscal year, 11 were filed, 10 were closed, and 40 remain pending. These are pretty lengthy cases. Sometimes they go for 3 or 4 days in a hearing. Those take some time. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just a quick question before Senator Fred Gregory. Under the 530 cases, how do you close more cases than were filed? You had 7 cases filed, and you closed 10, and you have 1 pending.
Because if some were filed, say in August and September of last year, it would roll over.
The same thing for the year before. The year before, you had 13 filed, 18 closed, 4 pending. So that's 17 and 18 closed.
They roll over, Senator. Sometimes they flip into the next fiscal year. But as you can see, we have to roll it. We have to close them quickly because we have a time issue that is stated in the VI code under Section 530. So
thank you, Senator Fred.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to PERB and the Labor Management Committee leadership. Very quickly, let me just go straight to the Labor Management. I note that in your budget for FY, your recommendation or your ask for 23, you have some 47,925 under other services and charges. However, I am at a loss for what is the breakdown, because when I look at the post-audit report, I'm only seeing, what is your monthly rental amount? Or annual rental amount? Off the top.
It's between,
You gotta speak into the mic, we can't hear you.
it's about 20,000 and change.
Okay, so 20,000. And then your other expenses are, your monthly charges are 400 and, break it out for me. What is this $47,000 for? Because if you have 20, this is another, what, 5,000? That's 25,000. What are you doing with the other 20-something thousand dollars? $22,000?
That involves professional services, communication, travel, and...
Right. So what is the professional services? The communication is already here. You have ADT, Innovative, and the Exterminator.
Mm-hmm.
So you still have $20-something thousand that you have not accounted for. I'm going to allow you to look for it because I know that my time is running, and these days my time to get called fast. I'm going to go to PERB very quickly. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sexual harassment training. You indicated, Executive Director, that you provide sexual harassment training. What is that relationship between your office and the Division of Personnel?
This went back many, many years ago when is it Civil Rights Committee?
No, I just want to know if you are working with Division of Personnel, because I don't want the impression to be that sexual harassment training is not occurring. Because I know that the Division of Personnel is, in fact, providing sexual harassment training, but it just seems to me like it seems that it's arbitrary that you may do it or they may do it. So that's why I asked about the relationship. So if there's none, it's okay to say there's none.
Well, right now there is none, but when we received the initial training many, many years ago, personnel did not have that. So I invited them to join me. Okay, that's
There's
why
none.
there's a history. There's none now.
Correct. But there is sexual harassment training occurring and it is the responsibility of the Division of Personnel.
Absolutely.
Correct. So I want to make sure that we're clear on that. Okay, good. So in your 2022 budget, how much in your various categories, you could give me an aggregate, how much do you plan to expend your entire 2022 budget?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so your personnel services, your payroll is processed through the Department of Finance?
Correct.
And then you receive a check for your operating expenses? Oh, everything is processed through finance?
Everything is processed through OMB and finance.
Okay, so your transactions go through the government's financial management system. That's what I'm
Absolutely,
asking.
Senator.
Good, thank you. So you will have a balance on, the position for the gentleman who is on military leave is, what is the total of that? So there is excess dollars that will be left back on the table. No? Why not?
Well, we have to ensure that his salary is included in accordance with law.
I am not debating that. I'm asking a question about fiscal year 2022.
Yes.
The fiscal year that we are currently in. If he's not being paid, then his salary sits. So I'm asking, if you use the money for something else, that's fine. But I'm asking, what is the true use of those funds at this time? I think that's where the chair was going when he asked the question. So let me allow the CFO to answer the question, please.
Yes, let the fiscal officer address that.
We have already submitted a request to have those funds transferred to the other services and charges to cover those expenses.
Exactly.
We are
so that's
aware
how it
of a
works.
saving. Yes.
Thank you very much for your response. So we have a 45K carryover. I think that question was asked earlier. That carryover was from fiscal year 2021?
Yes, that was our rollover funds.
So when you roll over those funds are rolled over in a separate account, or is it rolled over under your current budget?
It's a separate account.
So how much money does that, so you're saying that account has $45,000 in it?
Yes, ma'am.
From previous rollovers?
Yes.
And you intend to do what with it?
That's improvements to our network.
And you intend to improve that when?
This fiscal year, we have already obtained a quote for network improvement. We're looking to get 2 other quotes.
Okay, while I was coming here, you're looking to get 2 other quotes, so you intend to begin to work on that this fiscal year, and it may carry into the new fiscal year.
Well, it should be encumbered this fiscal year.
Okay, so your report said that you spent some $53,000 in travel, correct? On or about?
Yes.
To March 31st of 2022. And you also, does your board members travel as well? And the reason why I'm asking this question, because I have to go back to the concern that my colleagues have, particularly the chair on this. So we're saying that the board members are not coming into the office, they're operating via Zoom because they're concerned about the COVID, but they're traveling. So we need to understand exactly what all of this means, because I also want to know, what is the direct correlation between going back in person in the new fiscal year? We're in an endemic. So what's the correlation between the fiscal years and the whole situation that we have with COVID?
Okay.
And travel. All of it is one.
Let me try to address all of what you just stated. Only 2 of our board members are unable to come into the office in person. They join us on Zoom.
Have they traveled?
No.
Okay.
Those 2, no.
All right.
The other 3.
No, I don't need to know that. Tell me what a direct correlation is between reopening at the beginning of the new fiscal year. What does that have to do with the pandemic or the endemic that we're in now?
The opening that we plan to do would include the hearings and mediations and so forth. That's the staff. That's myself and the legal counsel and the staff. We do intend to open up to the public at least within the first week of
But I'm asking you, I know what you said. Mr. Chair, just let me wrap up, please. I'm not debating what you said. I'm asking you, what is the direct correlation between your intentions of opening in the new fiscal year? The fiscal year has nothing to do with why you're closed. What has to do with why you're closed is the pandemic, and we are now saying that you're in an endemic stage. So what's the correlation between the decision to open in a new fiscal year and just not open because we know where we all are? So I understand what you're doing, but why are you doing it? That's basically the question.
All the actions of the PERB has to be submitted to the board for their direction, Senator.
Well, then the board chair is here, so let her
One
answer.
member is here.
Well, let her answer. She's the chair.
You may proceed. I want to hear. So.
Well, the decision to open, as far as the board members are concerned, and for the board, I can only speak for the board, we feel that at this point in time, we can now, with what the offices have been cleaned and cleared and updated as far as the pandemic is concerned, we feel it is now safe to open up to the public and for the staff to begin to work physically in the office full time. And it is safe enough for board members to be able to come in and work the St. Croix office and function.
Yeah, so you still didn't answer my question, but I'm going to close here by saying that your responses, I respect your responses. However, all the while, folks are still suffering. Their cases remain pending while you are talking about cleaning that everybody been doing for the past 2 years. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
That's not true.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. What stops you from opening next week? I don't understand why are you waiting until October 1st? What's the difference with next week and October 1st?
Senator, when I return to the office, I will discuss that with the legal counsel, who has been under tremendous grief over the past few weeks or months. Thank you, Senator.
Why do you have to discuss it with the legal counsel and you're the director?
Yes, I provide, I'm a hearing officer, but she would need to assist regarding the legal
issues
matter.
What legal issue is there to reopen the office?
No, that's not what I was speaking to. I was
But that's
the
what I'm
office.
asking.
Okay, if I may, Senator, the office is opened. We have clients coming in daily to file cases and to get information. The office is not closed. I think I stated that already. The only thing that we are not doing is providing hearings, mediations, board meetings for individuals to come into the office. But we are conducting them utilizing the Zoom communications. Nothing, we are continuing to work using Zoom.
Point of inquiry, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as a millennial who's very interested in technology, my only thing is, as we speak about Zoom, aren't you facing challenges with individuals who are not up to the time when it comes to technology, when it comes to providing these necessary hearings? Aren't you facing those challenges? Most of the time with Zoom, there's a limit of 40 minutes with Zoom, and after 40 minutes, it shuts down unless you purchase the premium package for Zoom. So can you speak to that?
We purchase additional time, Senator, and we haven't really had too much challenges with those individuals that join us. They are mostly legal attorneys and the unions, and they are all quite proficient in handling the Zoom process.
I have a point of inquiry, please.
That's not a question. I'm not inquiring about y'all being up to time when it comes to the technology. I'm talking about our individuals that we serve in the public. Aren't we having challenges with individuals who may say, well, I don't have a computer, I don't have fast speed internet, but I need to get this hearing up and running? Are you having those challenges, and what do you do when you have those challenges? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
We've had a few inquiries regarding that, and I have allowed those individuals to come into the PERB in a separate office. We provide them with a laptop, and they join in the process.
Point of
Thank you,
inquiry.
Senator Fred.
Thank you,
Point of
Senator.
inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, I would like for the Labor Management Committee to respond to the question that I asked with regards to the 47,925. We neglected to get that information.
Okay, so that refers to the professional services, which is $12,000, communication, $7,000, travel, $5,000, rent, $21,306 and 18 cents, and common areas of $2,618.88. The trainings that we perform for the agencies, as far this year, we did 7.
7 training. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. Welcome, Senator Janelle Saron. You're up next. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to the discussion on the person that has been on military leave for 5 years. Okay. Legal counsel? Who's legal counsel?
Attorney Roy is joining us by Zoom, but I would respond to that, Senator.
Okay. So I'm a bit confused in the discussion because when you look at 41, I have the code pull up in front of me of federal regulations. 41 CFR SEC 301 indicates that temporary duty is only, or temporary order is only 30 to 180 days. All right? Legal counsel?
No, not legal counsel. I will address.
Okay. Because there's no way that we could have somebody on military leave for 5 years, because after 180 days, that's considered a permanent change of station.
Senator, under the USERA law, you can be called out for 5 years.
Okay.
The president can call anybody out, but the maximum is 5 years unless he determines that that service member needs to serve more and it can be extended. There's nothing we can do about it.
Okay, no, just having a discussion for clarification. Now, labor council, what's your fringe allocated at? I call you labor council, that's the correct.
Labor management.
Labor management. What's your fringe calculated at? 46, 48?
The fringe for
employees?
It's 100 and...
No, I get the amount, but what did you calculate it at? Because sometimes in the budget, fringe benefits are all over the place.
Oh.
And sometimes we pad money in the fringe section. So what is your fringe calculated at?
It's at 10,000.
10,000?
Mm-hmm.
But what percentage do you use?
I do not recall.
You don't recall? Okay.
I can send that to you though.
Okay. So of this 20K, the previous senator spoke about it, that we really can't find where it's allocated. How do you plan to roll out the LMC plan? Like what does it include? Does it include costs for travel, a booklet? Like what does that include? And where is that funding coming from?
It's coming from the original budget that we get. It's for professional services, which is trainings that we do. We give a per diem to the presenters that present. It goes towards communication, internet, phone, travel if we have to travel inter-island, and it also covers the rent and common area charges.
But you understand what the previous speaker was asking you, that we are unable to really... Go ahead.
Say that again? Oh, okay. The professional services is 12,000. Communication is 7,000. Travel is 5,000. Rent is $21,306.18, and common area charges are $2,618.88.
Where are you renting from?
Niski Center, St. Thomas Properties.
That's a government complex. Okay. Now, Perb, what's your actuals in the post-audit report, you stopped at March 31st. What's your actuals to date?
Okay, I'll turn that over to Ms. Donnelly, who handles the fiscal operation.
Is that the actuals for the rentals?
No, your actuals overall.
Time.
Expenditures.
For all the total expenditures to date? Total expenditure as of July, 1,143,657.
1,000,000.
143. 657.
You're one of the few agencies that's on track because we appropriated 1.49 million for you. So you won't go over budget by September 30th.
No.
Okay. My time was called. I haven't heard anything. Mr. Chair, was my time called?
Yes, you may conclude.
Oh, sorry. Just one more thing, quickly. The two things quickly. The electricity. You're jumping from. You have a jump in your electricity cost. Is it because you're intending to go back into the office? First of all, your jump should be a bit more because if you were not really in the office the last 2 years, and then your power bill went up some $525. I don't understand the difference between your power bills from last year and this year.
Senator, let me clarify.
Okay,
the office has been open even during COVID.
Or you haven't been having cases.
Correct. When I say we are not open live, it's bringing in people to the hearing process, to the mediation process. However, we are open, we conduct it by Zoom, and the whole staff is there.
Okay, and I'll conclude because I remember my father served on PERB with Risa Richards, Ray Martinez.
Absolutely.
Helen Shang, Attorney Klieger, I think and my father had a part-time job at the pub. He was always missing because outside of being an administrator, he had hearings. So I'm a little surprised today that we have so many cases languishing and that we're not meeting as often as we should. So in closing, how often does the board meet?
The board can meet monthly.
But not can. In reality, how often is the board meeting now?
Well, this last fiscal year, we have only met 3 times. We have a board meeting coming up in September, and again, it was a result of various matters, from illnesses to deaths to staff that has caught COVID and could not come in.
But while we have that too, you have employees sitting at home with struggling, wanting their job back, needing some resolution, and that's also the byproduct of it too, But thank you, Mr. Chair, for the latitude. Just so
Thank
you know.
Senator. You signed 3 times in 10 months, and that's okay. 3 times in 10 months, and we have 112 pending cases. And you have a meeting coming up, so you'll probably meet 4 times for the fiscal year. And despite the fact that it's virtual, you still have a number of excuses as to why you can't meet. It's virtual, but you still can't meet. I really having difficulty understanding what PERB has done this fiscal year. I think we have given $1 million for limited productivity, very, very limited productivity. I'm going to give Ms. Feldman and Mr. Tutein an opportunity to put a closing statement in the record, and we're going to move on to the next group. Because Ms. Feldman.
Senator Carla Joseph is here. Mr. Chair.
Here, thank you so much, Senator Fred Vergy. Senator Carla Joseph, you can take your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and a pleasant good day to everyone. I wanted to my questioning is going to be brief. I listened intently and know that I am a bit disappointed with the amount of outcomes for these pending cases. Even during the time of COVID, we've been operating, school has been conducted. Now you're looking at even the judicial branch are hearing cases. So I don't know if I am comfortable even with a request for PERB to get an increase in funding based on the productivity level. But let me go to my question really quickly. For the interest of understanding a little bit more about the courses that PERBS offers, is it at any cost to the attendees? Is there a cost associated with persons or agency that would like to have one of these courses that you have outlined here on page 31?
We get requests from various government departments, and they would bear the administrative overhead costs.
And how much is that overhead cost that they bear?
Well, I don't have those numbers, Senator. We haven't done any trainings in several years, so the cost would be more. But it just, the agency pays for those overhead costs that's associated.
I understand, but you've been there for how many years, Ms. Peterson? Do you
Over
have
20 years,
Okay.
and 40 with the government.
Okay, so you should have a good footing based on your time and experience being there and how much it normally costs in the administrative costs for the agencies to receive these trainings.
Well, I would say between $1,000 and $2,000.
$1,000 and $2,000.
Because that covers the travel and the booklets and the other things that we do.
And that's fair enough. And that's revenues that come in to PERB, correct?
Yes, and they're basically zeroed out. We try to give the number as close as possible.
Okay. And are you anticipating having any trainings in the upcoming fiscal year?
Oh, yes. We have 2 requests pending from the Department of Lottery and BMV as well, that we are working with them to provide the trainings they have requested.
Okay. And do these trainings also, at the end of these training, is there some tangible certification that they receive that is nationally recognized?
I don't know about national, but...
And that's what I'm getting towards.
Okay.
Okay, because for me, if you attend any type of training, it depends on what level it is. It should have some connection with some national recognition somewhere, because that helps build the credential as well as the capacity of your trainees and legitimizes, more importantly, the training event. That's all part of the professional development. Is that something that you can look into?
Absolutely. When we provide them with a certificate, which is signed by myself and the chairman, we are members of various organizations nationally, and they respect the PERB and the trainings that we do, ma'am. So they do recognize them. We have even offered sometimes scholarships to individuals that attend these national programs, and several have come down to the Virgin Islands to attend our program.
Okay, now this is my final question, because the chairman has been, I think, lenient. I haven't heard my time called. But I wanted to ask, I'll wrap it up, Mr. Chairman. What is your game plan to address all of these 120 pending cases? I don't know if I understood what is the game plan by all of the discussion that has taken place. What is the game plan to reduce that number, and what time frame are you looking to reduce that number?
The pending cases have so many facets of different levels. They're pending because the decision on orders have not been completed yet, which can only be done by the board members. Now that we're at the endemic, we are hopeful that we can expedite more cases. And Attorney Roy is listening, and we are working to do that. Now, by the end of you only have 1 more month until, and we will have another board meeting to try and present some of those 112 to the board members for them to finalize, and that number will be reduced by the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, so what is your goal?
Well, our goal is
You
to
have
keep.
you have to set a goal
Yes.
on how many you plan to reduce and when you plan. I mean, sometimes you may not hit the goal, but you have to have that goal in place.
Of course,
So,
Senator.
so tell me, what's your goal?
Well, we are hoping to reduce that number by at least 50% by the first quarter of fiscal year 23.
Okay.
And that's a big task.
And
Okay.
and that would help your budget. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway. I deeply appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. It's a big task because you only had 3 meetings. If you had regular meeting, it would not have been a big task. It would have been something that's easy to accomplish, and no matter how many times you're asked the same question, you refuse to answer the question. Senator Noble Francis' point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put on the record that we saw where that there have been pay increases for all of the employees, for this fiscal year, during the pandemic, and pay increases. Okay, we have no problem with that, but we also anticipate and expect productivity as well in that respect. But my reason for the point, I wanted to ask you, Executive Director, in respect to the part-time position and vacancies in government is one of our focus areas during this budget cycle. I see that you have a scanning archivist part-time for $30,000. What's the criteria or requisites that you're looking for this position, and when do you intend to fill that position?
We intend to fill the position by October, the 1st of the next fiscal year. And that person, we have a tremendous amount of cases that were closed since the inception of PERB. So you're looking at 40 years. And just like the courts, it takes time. You have to get someone that is familiar with archiving, cataloging, and so forth, all these documents. And we have identified someone who has indicated their interest in assisting us in that call.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. So wouldn't you need a full-time person for that?
Eventually, I think in the beginning, we were going to begin with a part-time process, and then it can become permanent. It's a process that we have to go through. At this time, the individual indicated they can begin part-time, and then within the year, we will look at how things are progressing, and then we can request the PERB to turn it into a full-time position.
Okay, so did the staff receive a raise, or are they in line for a raise?
The last increase the staff received was in fiscal year 2021. I'm sorry, 2020. So we have that projected into the budget for fiscal year 2023, of course, upon the approval of the board.
It's a fiscal 20, everybody got what, a 5,000 raise?
I don't have the numbers in front of me.
Okay, you may go ahead and put a closing statement on the record. Begin with Ms. Feldman and then Mr. Tutein.
Okay, I would like to thank this body for allowing PERB to come before you and present our budget for fiscal year 2023. And we're not asking for an increase. We are satisfied with the budget that the governor has recommended in the amount of $1,496,909, and we ask that you approve that graciously. Thank you.
If I may,
Thank you.
Senator, I'd like to make some final remarks quickly regarding the employer support of the Guard and Reserve. I just want to say we are celebrating 15 years of service on behalf of the service members nationally, and the President has proclaimed National Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve this week. So I want to extend my heartfelt on behalf of ESGR to those service members and salute them for their service. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tang.
I would like to thank the chair and the members of the Finance Committee on presenting the fiscal year budget for 2023 in the amount of $8,099, and we will ask you for your approval on that budget.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank everyone for providing answers to our questions today. The Committee of Finance will take a 5-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Next, before us, we have the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. We did ask this agency to provide us with some numbers and to return to the legislature upon receipt of the updated numbers. Colleagues, you should have a sheet from the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission that states total revenues collected. The budget numbers have stayed the same, but we now have an account as to how much was actually collected by the Taxi Cab Commission. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the floor for questions based on the post-audit report and based on the updated numbers that we have received. And also please remember that at the last finance meeting or budget meeting, it was indicated that they were not, the numbers were not on the ERP system. The information was not submitted. So we have an opportunity now to find out what progress has been made from the last meeting. So I'll begin with Senator Blyden, and colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round.
Points of inquiry, Senator.
Point of inquiry,
Senator.
Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Yeah, very quickly, Mr. Chair. The agenda says that Magens Bay Authority, I don't know if we had a updated agenda.
Yeah, there was a revised agenda.
Okay, thank you.
It should be your email. And Senator, do you have the revenue collection sheet from the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission? It should be in everyone's email.
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. Senator Blyden? Okay, I'm not sure if Senator Blyden is hearing me. Let's go to Senator Graff is not there. Senator Bolquist, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning, Director Gums.
Good morning.
Morning. I want to go to your revenues collected sheet. I'm seeing some numbers here and they're kind of jumping out at me.
Sure.
I know that the medallion replacement equates to $1,000 per medallion.
Correct.
I see the badge renewal is $213. What is the standard rate for a badge renewal?
$100.
Okay.
Good morning, Vernice Gums, Acting Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission.
Okay, if it's $100, then those numbers aren't quite accurate. Then medallion sales, I'm getting at $137.14 each. That number also jumps out at me. It's $4,800. I'm assuming medallions are a lot more expensive than.
Medallions are $155 for the sale.
Okay, well,
That's
35.
the in-house processing paperwork for the actual medallion.
Okay, so some of the numbers aren't, you know.
That is in fact correct. That was also my observation when I was going through the client ticket.
Yeah.
That was written up by the administrative personnel who service the client.
Okay, so yeah, we need to fix these numbers. I see that variance also in the R&R handbook, also in the liens. I don't know if it's in the leases as well, because that would require some additional information, but basically the badge renewal, medallion sales, medallion replacement, R&R handbook, lien release, those numbers seem to have, once you do the math, they don't seem to add up.
Yeah.
I'm also wanting to know on St. Croix, why are the numbers so low for collections? Total revenues by island.
As some of the operators indicated, they really haven't had any money. No business is taking place.
Okay. But yet in this district, it's at 243.
Yes. That's St. Thomas and St. John, correct.
Okay.
Not, necessarily district, because the taxi cab is actually by island, but in the essence of time and trying to make the compilation for this, I just put St. Thomas and St. John together.
Okay. Are there any plans to make changes to your rental booking site?
Sign?
Oh, I apologize. Wrong question, wrong entity. I apologize. The vacancy on the board, how long has it existed?
To the best of my understanding from, I guess, the previous, so this administration took over in...
Okay, are there any plans to try to get that?
I heard the board chair say that the governor is in the process. There are 2 vacancies that is currently on the board. I know the audit report, the post-audit report reflects, I think, 3 vacancies, but it's actually 2 because 7 members currently sitting on the board. Frankie or Franklin Bratwith name is not on there.
Okay. And you're hoping to have that done hopefully next fiscal year?
Correct. When I spoke to post-audit about that, they said they could only use the information that was sent down from OMB.
Okay.
Correct, but it's not on their paperwork.
How soon can that be processed?
I would have to reach out to OMB because I reached out to post-audit, but they say they can't make the correction.
Yeah, because some of my colleagues are now saying that was done already and should have been already updated.
Yes. I'm not sure why it was not, but I would do a follow-up.
Okay. Okay, appreciate it. I think my time was called. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolquez. Ms. Gomes, how many taxis do we have on St. Croix?
518.
In St. Thomas?
1272.
Okay. And that is why the numbers are off. St. Thomas has always been the lead in the territory in number of taxis and actually has 750 more taxis than St. Croix as to what would be the justification as to the total revenues collected by island. You have 1,200 versus 272 versus 518. In reference to access to the ERP system, has access been given to the employees? You have one person collecting at St. Croix, that person has no access to the system or access was removed?
Access
Are they back on?
Access was removed, and in speaking with the admin person from St. Croix, she said she can continue in the ERP system. So the request would go out to have her reinstated in the ERP system.
Has the request gone out?
No, the request would go out today. By close of business today, I can have that out. And I have been in communications with Treasury and Accounting to assist us, because one of the issues that our admin person had was not properly trained in the ERP system. So they're going to set up with us a period for training and to have all our outstanding revenues inputted in the ERP system before the end of this fiscal year.
So what we have before us, these are the raw numbers, but it hasn't actually been inputted into the system.
That's correct.
Senator Francis?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good day, Acting ED Bernice Gomes. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Senator, and yourself?
Very well. What happened to Chair Lloyd today?
She sent a notice to Senator Veely indicating that she had a conflict in scheduling.
Very well, okay. So I noticed on the post-auditor's report that we're still carrying the taxi as taxi inspectors. Are those taxi enforcement officers or inspectors? How are you classifying those individuals?
enforcement officers, again, that like the vacancies for the board, I have to do a follow-up. From my understanding from the chair, those changes were requested, but for whatever reason were not implemented.
Okay, and in respect to their salaries as well, I think that when you look at other law enforcement agencies, these seems to be a little bit lower. Is there any adjustment to be made to our enforcement officers?
That is my intent, as long as we could balance our monies and ensure that we have revenues that we could support those raises.
Okay. And in respect, I know I heard your conversation in regards to the revenues that were collected. Do you have a policy in place for the timely deposits of revenues collected on a daily basis?
Well, generally they are deposited on a daily basis unless for some unforeseen circumstances, it's not.
But do you have a policy in place that requires individuals to adhere to that policy?
I have not seen any policy to that nature since I'm there, but it is my intent, along with some other policies that I'm putting in place for the day-to-day operations of the agency.
Okay, so I'll suggest that you work along with Department of Finance because there is a general policy in place, and then you can streamline it for your use. But there should be a policy put in place again to be able to hold individuals accountable for the timely deposit of government funds. Also, have there been any posting of the tariff? Any decision made in regards to the implementation of the new tariff?
The tariff, I still have not received it from the printers as yet. So as soon as we can get it, I was promised. Again, what happened is the printout was small on the initial sheet. So they tried to make some adjustments and would increase it from the regular 8 by 11 to 8 by 14, I think it is, where it can be folded and can be easily read. So if not by this afternoon, I was assured by Monday.
Time is of the essence. I think that there is some implementation.
And I'm hoping and pushing so that we can get it out there as promised by the end of the month at least.
Very well. There's a government printing office as an alternative.
That's where we are.
Okay, so again, if you're not getting any resolve there, then take it up the chain. But I think that needs to be timely taken care of, and proper prior notification need to be posted before the implementation. So it's very well understood. My time has been called. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Before I get into my line of questioning, I just want to place on the record there were a series of documents that were requested by this committee. If I failed to have overlooked it, my apologies. But I know there were a series of documents that were requested for us to have a better level of transparency as a result of us having this hearing today. So my question to the Taxi Cab Commission, did you submit those documents?
I did not.
That were requested by... Proceed.
I think, Senator, that you're referring to the minutes for the past 6 months from the board. That was not,
yes, and
that was not forwarded to me, so I was unable to forward it to you.
We also inquired about funds being deposited, the revenues that came in, and transaction drawing down on funds. Have you been able to address those issues?
Yes. So the numbers are based on what you have before you are raw numbers that were collected from the tickets and receipts that the admin person would give to the clients. Because of the short essence of time and how much the volume of work to be done, we were unable to sit with Department of Finance to ensure we can get those revenues collected into the ERP system. But we will work on it to have it completed before the end of this fiscal year.
And there was some level of misunderstanding when it came to the situation with rent, if I'm not mistaken. Did we rectify that issue?
I followed up, yes, and it stands as is. Speaking with property and procurement. So the last agreement, which was an exercise of renewal option, was signed off in 2015, and the lease was extended to 2016. So nothing outside of that in terms of documentation that would indicate taxi commission is not supposed to be paying rent is on record.
And another thing that I asked in the last hearing, it was about your outstanding vendors. You had some outstanding payments to vendors. Were you able to rectify the issue? Because if I'm not mistaken, we also found that there were over $300,000 that was untapped. And I think you were not able to draw down on those funds because individuals were not aware of that excess of $300,000. Have you rectified that?
Well, it was also placed on record that we were operating in excess of $200,000 in the red. So putting these numbers now together, and we should start, I'm hoping as early as next week, to start inputting these monies into the ERP system that would allow us to go ahead and settle our outstanding debts with our vendors.
And lastly, when it comes to your communication with OMB and the Department of Finance based on the findings as far as the miscommunication of drawing down on funds, not knowing of the $300,000, have you been able to have a sit down with OMB and the Department of Finance to make sure moving forward that you do not have those misunderstandings?
I have not been in communications with OMB, but it is my intent to do so next week with so many different things I had going on. But I have been in communications with Treasury and Accounting at Finance, and we are working on that.
And last but not least, you just came on board. Ms. Lloyd is not here. I hope she is feeling well. But as far as her assisting you to make sure that we get into compliance, make sure that you have the proper reportings, doing our audits to make sure that moving forward, the Taxi Cab Commission is in the positive. Is Ms. Lloyd collaborating with you to make sure that moving forward, that you can get your audits and get your house in order? Because it was very embarrassing in the last hearing. And that's my last question. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Yes, she has been.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Gomes.
Yes,
so
Senator.
this is the document that you presented for us today? Yeah, did you give us a one-page document?
Yes.
Okay, so I have concerns with it.
Sure.
I'm just going to be straight up about this. So you gave us the total revenues collected. What was the budget appropriation for FY 2022? The same $1,027,000.
Yes.
So what I expected that you would have provided us was, one, your projections for, based on the collections to date, which is as of July 31st, what are your projections taking us out to FY 2022? Because it is clear that this institution is going to have to make some adjustments with certain requirements to the Taxi Cab Commission. So I feel like your report is sort of incomplete. So you gave me your expenses, you gave me your revenues, but you didn't give me, you give me your current revenues, but you didn't give me your revenues out to the end of this fiscal year, which is September 30th, and you didn't give me your expenses for the entire fiscal year and your projections out to September 30th. So I'm not sure what it is that we are to do with this information. I am a little at a loss with how do we analyze this, because we don't have enough information to do that. So you needed to give us a table with your You understanding?
Yeah.
Yeah, we need a little more information on this. But let me ask you. So your taxi licenses, your business license, what is that? An annual ask, right? Of the
That's
and how much
correct.
the amount is?
$130.
$130. And when
correct.
was the last time that were increased for the taxi drivers? Okay, you may not know that.
I don't.
So we have to look. Okay, so you could answer whenever you're ready. But the question that I have is, so you've collected thus far licensing fees for this year from 1,052 taxi drivers, correct?
Correct.
And based on the numbers that you have here, we have 1,957 taxi medallions in circulation, correct?
Yes.
Because you didn't give us a total number, but I added it up. So it's about 197. So you have 905 drivers who have not submitted, who have not paid their business license, and you have an enforcement team on the ground?
Correct.
Okay, so is your enforcement team looking at those specific drivers outside of the enforcement that they do on the field? Are they looking at those specific drivers who have not paid their $130 to determine whether or not they are out on the field working? Because it's about 45%. It's actually a little over 40, about 47% of the taxi drivers to date have not paid their business license for FY 2022.
Correct.
So help me.
So again, with the limited enforcement officers that we have, not having the staffing to go out.
How many enforcement officers you have?
We have 3.
So let me explain something. While I understand that we have limited enforcement officers, we have to establish as leaders, what is our strategy? So the strategy cannot only be to go out and look to see what they're doing on the ground. If this is an issue, because remember you asking us for $1 million and change, but you only collect $328 thus far. You didn't even collect half of your money. You collect a third, right?
Correct.
I mean, and a third of your money. So that's an issue. So what I expected for you to present us today as the interim, while you don't have all the information, we needed to see exactly the full picture and to determine from your end, what is it that you're doing to close this gap? This information for me is not sufficient. I still feel that it is very short of us getting the information to make an informed decision. I mean, looking at it, outside of the numbers being off, and then when the numbers are off, you didn't give us any footnotes to say, well, while this is off, this is what was collected based on the tickets. You just provide us with the information that your numbers are off. Remember, these documents are held in archives, and this is a reflection of your presentation, you know?
Well, Senator, if I may, and I do concur, and I have been going through, it's from October till present, well, the end of July, trying to put all this paperwork in place. And there is a lot of discrepancies involved where.
But you didn't say that in this.
I
so
did
that's
not,
important.
and I should have put a footnote.
Absolutely.
Trying to the inconsistency using the systems that I'm using to get everything in place.
Correct. So it's important.
Additionally, as it relates to the enforcement officers, the manual system that is in place does not allow for.
Okay. Because I believe my time is, if you ain't called yet, you're about to be called. This is the issue.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. If you have if you have 47% of your taxi drivers that have not paid their business license for FY 2022, you should have your folks on the ground. You should be compiling that information and making a determination if these people are out on the ground. And if they are, then we need to have a conversation with them. Or have we sent out letters saying, hey, Ms. Donna, you have not paid your license fees for FY 2022. Please submit it. You see?
So that's what I was trying to say in terms of, because having gone through this process to compile these numbers, I had no knowledge of this. So in order now for us to do this, to go back and identify those persons who have not paid and get a letter format in place to send out and make notification.
But then
Prior
you should
to
have
that-
represented this on this document that you provided us. You give us these numbers, and all you're doing is putting us in a position to ask more questions. Give us the information. So I recognize this, but this is what I'm doing to correct this situation.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I really believe that they need to give us a clear accounting of FY 2022, so it could be clear as to what direction the Taxi Cab Commission is going in. It's just, the information is just still off. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. In the post-audit report on page 4 of 8, they have some actuals listed from October 1st to June 30th that would give you an idea as to what has been spent thus far. And the cumulative figure that came up was $397,914 for 9 months. So they are way under. They're not even going to spend $800,000, so they are like $300,000 under what was appropriated for the Taxi Cab Commission. Senator Fred Gregory, just a question. I heard you, and I agree with what you were just saying, but what was the total number you came up with for taxis, total taxis?
I think it was 1957.
Okay, because I think then either I heard wrong numbers or tell me the numbers again for St. Croix. Was it 518?
That's correct. 518,
Okay.
1272 for St. Thomas, and 167 for St. John.
Oh, okay. I missed the 167 for St. John. I missed the 167. Wow. Okay, so we're missing, yeah, and it's right there. So we're missing, we're 10 months, we're 1 month left in the fiscal year. Half of the taxi drivers have not renewed their business license.
Yes, based on the information that I went through.
Is that the same for all the other categories?
It would be.
Okay. Because at one point we were collecting like $700,000 in fees. And then the legislature supplemented about $300,000 from the general fund in the miscellaneous section. $305,312 is going to come from the general fund in the miscellaneous section, and that was last year, and that's a recommendation this year. So the assumption is that the Taxi Cab Commission will collect some $700,000 in order to balance the numbers that are given to us.
And
Senator DeGraff? Oh, go ahead, Ms. Gomes.
No, if I may also, a lot of them have been complaining that they have not, because there were no work for the past 2 years, they have not been able to fulfill their obligations because things have been slow.
So what is your position?
No,
Because you do have
I'm just saying, you know,
you
when
do
they,
have 1,000 individuals that are paid.
yes.
So that would not be fair to those individuals who made full payment. So how are you going to rectify that?
Well, they're still obligated to pay, and along with the penalties that would come with it. So I will put together.
There's possibility you could waive penalties, but you still need to collect the payment. So are you?
So it's my
what did
intent
we have
to send out reminder
what-
notices. I'm sorry.
Do you know what is the outstanding amount for fiscal year 21?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Senator DeGraff. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifier.
Good morning.
Good to see you again, Ms. Gomes.
Likewise.
Okay, the summary in the 2022 budget said the governor's recommendation for taxi license fund for FY22 is $1,027,414. This represents an increase of $94,407 above 21, an appropriation of $933,007 as of June 11, 21. Taxi Cab Commission has received $859,205 in allotments. And the 2023, the governor recommendation from the Taxi Cab Commission Taxi License Fund FY23 is $1,027,414. This is in line with the 2022. Now, you have GS employees?
Yes. However, if I may state to that, based on the employee handbook, that the commission employees should all be exempt employees. So while they are currently, I guess, in an error, listed as GS, they are not associated with any union.
Right. Okay, good. But GS employees are due a wage increase in October 1, 23. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, so they are covered in this budget? Because you're asking the same from 22 and 23.
Well, based on a email that I received from the chair, that correction from having them as listed as GS employees should be changed to exempt employees.
But if you're going to change them, so you're changing them to exempt, so you're taking away the wage increase in October is what you're saying?
That would be correct.
Okay,
based
so
on the directive.
That sounds like a uphill battle, because it's all of a sudden now they're in line for wage increase now, they're not going to get it. So would they still be getting from the board is still recommending some kind of wage increase for them?
They did not share that with me, but I would follow up with it.
Yeah, please, because I'm saying I ain't going to support it if they're going to look to do that in the 11th hour, to do that to the employees expecting October 1 their wage increase, and then they don't get it because you're changing their classification because you can't do it or because it's by law. Okay, so late fees. What are the late fees for the taxis, medallion owners who don't pay their business license?
Okay. So if they don't pay their business license, if the plates are out, meaning they still have the plates in their custody, it's $50 per month for each month that they're late.
Okay.
And if the plates are in-house, it's $13 per month.
13.
Time.
Okay, so in just along that line, Mr. Chair, and then one final question. So for that, you have a estimation of what additional revenue you should be collecting for late fees from those amount of business owners who have not paid?
I did not put it together, but I will, and I would send it to you.
Okay, and finally, the enforcement officers that were supposed to be in a class before that you didn't allow them in, and you still need enforcement officer, what is the status of going towards getting enforcement officers and getting them in a class?
So my understanding is for those persons those two individuals who are no longer, that they are currently employed, and they
employ someone else.
They will put a ad out to employ someone else.
Okay. So, and like I say, mention about them being budgeted for. Okay. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. Senator Saru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The commission returning didn't even give us any more clarity, to be honest. And let's first start. Did we get the employees back into the ERP system?
As I stated earlier, the admin person on St. Croix have expressed her interest in wanting to go back on.
Hold on, Ms. Gomes. Employees can express an interest. If they're collecting money and it's their job to report the collections, it can be an express of an interest. First of all, they shouldn't have been locked out of the system in the first place. So those employees, interest or not, you have to allow them back into the ERP system so that you can have an accurate, I just lost my words. I don't use my words, but you can have an accurate description or data collection of how much you've received. Right?
Agreed. And again, the one I could only speak of and the request coming directly from, because, compensation concerns.
I'm just saying,
So we will have the employees back in.
To keep accurate records, employees must have access to the ERP system.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
But prior to my arrival, they did, but still weren't being inputted.
Hold a second, your board chair locked them out. That's just the end of it.
Okay.
Now, let's go to, I don't want a misnomer to be that the taxi cab employees are not collecting, are not doing their due diligence in collecting fees. Do you have a process to give the names, license plates, and the information to the officers so that they may proceed to keep an eye out and collect?
There is none in place, but it's something that I'm currently working on.
So if the information is kept among here, how do you expect to collect any outstanding fees?
I don't know where the information is kept among anywhere.
Well, if they
because it would be the admin staff who have access to that information to share with.
So that's part. So your admin staff lacks access to a lot of things, and that information has not been relayed to your enforcement officers. So how do you expect to meet your collection benchmark?
Again, this is something I can meet in place, and I had the same concerns that you have.
And you know why you meet this in place? We can't, it would be so crazy of me to sit and agree that the employees are at fault. You know how many days I pass at the taxi cab commission and the office is closed? Do you know how many times members of the VI Taxi Association has called our office wanting to make payments, and the office, there's nobody to collect their payments? Because you had one on military leave at one point, and the taxi cab commission keep firing the directors. You had no staff to collect funding. So it really didn't fall on the employees. And then on top of not collecting funding, you lock them out of the system. And then with the missing collections, nobody is running a record to say, hey, go after these 10 people. If you didn't inform the staff and the officers that you have delinquent taxi people, you will never get $1.
I agree. And that's why I say I'm working on putting it in place, because it's a manual system that we have to go through.
I know we keep blaming and we keep saying it happened before me. Honestly, before you, collections were met. Before you, there was a functioning taxi cab commission. So before you, there was a gap before you that went left with a new board. But before you, in the old administration, the commission was functioning. How is it that you are so off in your funding? How? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Sarong. Senator Joseph?
Pleasant good afternoon to everyone. A pleasant good afternoon, Acting ED, Ms. Gums.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I know this is your second appearance. I am sorry I was not here. I was attending a funeral on March 12th, I believe. But I wanted, and if these questions were asked during that hearing, just please so advise, but remind me again of what those answers were. I want to look at the post-audit report. I have done just a very quick cursory review of it, and I noted on page 8 of 8 your vacancies, but especially in the taxi inspector. Tell me, where are the taxi inspectors who are in the field positions located?
So you have 2 in St. Thomas that represent St. Thomas and St. John, and 1 in St. Croix.
Okay, and the 2 vacant positions, where are you anticipating they will be stationed?
1 on each island.
Okay, 1 in each island district?
It's not about district with a taxi commission, it's about the
and so
independent.
specifically which island?
St. Thomas and St. Croix.
1 in St. Okay, so, all right. And you notice that there is an issue with the pay that's going to be offered for their supervisors. because you have the taxi inspectors earning more based on the salary here that is listed than the chief enforcement officer and the deputy chief enforcement officers. These two vacant positions will be supervising the taxi inspectors, correct?
Correct.
And so you have the taxi inspectors making $46,413, and you're going to have the chief enforcement officers making $41,000, and then the deputy chief making $38,000.
I also have an issue with that and would recommend to the board, even for the entry-level taxi inspector, to get someone to come in for that at that salary is not encouraging.
$37,244. Have you made a recommendation to the board, or can you make a recommendation to us how you would like to see this budget revised? Because this is where I think you're going to need those personnel actually to start on the ground, to hit the pavement, to actually bump up some of the fees that are assessed, and also to connect with those taxi drivers who have not renewed their taxi medallion licenses, to hit the pavement and find them in the street or wherever, because they would know. So you would need to beef that up so that you could see an increase in the collections.
Correct. So my recommendations would be, at least for the taxi inspector, to at least bump them up to at least $40,000.
And you would have to confer with the board.
With the board, that's correct.
Okay, so we're going to be doing budget markup, I suspect, sometime in September, and that would be helpful to you, so you can look at increasing your revenues. And so I would encourage you to make that a request sooner than later, so you could really be able to do your enforcement and assure that you're collecting the funding. Mr. Chairman, I heard my time was called, and I just want to thank you for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. So you're presently interviewing for those two positions?
No, I'm not. I have received at least 2 different resumes from 2 individuals who have expressed an interest.
Okay, an interest in
becoming enforcement officers
and
with the
enforcement
commission.
officer. Okay. Who's leading the enforcement division now?
Currently, under the previous, the former director, she had appointed the most senior officer to act in the capacity of chief enforcement officer, and that is.
Who have you appointed?
I have not. I did not rescind that.
Okay, so that person is still acting in that capacity?
Correct.
At the same salary?
Yes.
And that person is interested in applying for the position? Well, let me change the question. What are your plans to fill those 4 vacant positions? They were vacant in 2022, you weren't there, but 2 were vacant in 2022, and now we have 5.
Right. So we
have 4.
to start to attract anyone, the salaries needs to be a little bit more attractive than what they currently are. And even our current officers, they too would need an increase.
And you have had that discussion with the board?
I have not. I met with the board back in June relating to the tariff, but the board have not met since June. But I do have it in my notes to discuss with them whenever they're scheduled their next meeting.
Okay, we'll also ask the amount paid in per diem for the fiscal year. Were you able to get that figure?
None of them were paid.
Okay, nobody in the tax
It was submitted, but I think there were some issues when the admin person entered it into the system.
Okay. How much was submitted?
See if I have that with me. 1 second. Based on what I received from,
Speak into the mic.
okay, I only have the record for one person that I received. It's not total, but I could do it quickly. I know 2 people submitted theirs, 2 members, that is, submitted their per diem. And I want to believe both of them are in the same ballpark.
How many days? How many days?
So in August of 21.
August?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm giving you a chance.
A total of 25 days from August 21 to December 31st, 21.
Okay, so you don't have figures for this year, for January to August?
No, I don't.
Okay. The training for taxi drivers that are waiting to get the training so that they can get the license.
So we just met. With tourism, the commissioner and assistant commissioner, and UVI this week, and we have a next meeting scheduled for 2 weeks, working to get it online, hopefully sometime next month, as early as next month.
Okay, so you're hoping to get the training started in September?
Correct.
And last question, your target date for the tariff increase? I know you said the end of August, and that is literally now?
Yes.
What's your
I
target
shared
date?
with a previous question that was asked, the issue came in on the sheet that we initially had that I shared with you the last time we met. It was kind of small, and some people were complaining, without having glasses or anything, it wasn't feasible. So speaking with the print shop, what they did is they went ahead and increased the font and would increase the size of the paper from the 8x11 to 8x14. So all of that should be completed and ready to be forwarded to the board by Monday. And then we'll go ahead.
Ready to be forwarded to the board by Monday for the board approval?
For the board, a final approval on it, and then we would move to do the announcements and place it into circulation once it's approved.
Okay, thank you so much. If we require any more information, we will give you a call during markup. We thank you for providing us with the total revenues collected. We do know that you have a number of outstanding revenues to collect, and we would like you to put a plan in place, because a great portion of your budget, 700,000 come from the money that you collect. 700 out of $1 million. Your appropriation from this body is $1 million, and I will also ask you to provide us even some more up-to-date numbers that goes into August so we can see actually how much you're expending, because this year you're on target to probably spend $600,000. So you're coming in almost $1 million. I mean, 400,000 under what was allocated. As of June 30th, you had only spent $397,914 with July, August, 3 months ago. So we will see what that comes in at. So I thank you for coming back. I'll allow you to put a closing statement on the record.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, senators, for having me back here and for supporting us. We will continue to work.
1 minute before you, there was 1 minute. There was a point, Senator Sarro, point of inquiry.
That's okay.
Senator Sarro.
It's okay, Mr. Chair. I'll address them in the hearing coming up with the Committee on Government Ops. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Ms. Gomes, you may conclude what you were saying.
I was just saying thank you to everyone. It's a challenge, it's an uphill battle, but it is my intent to work closely with the staff and all outside assistance that we can get from those who have extended their interests in supporting us should we need their assistance. And I would also like to put on record at this time that we have received the letter of intent from the AG's office to proceed with the auditing of the Taxi Cab Commission. The
thank
IG,
you.
I'm sorry, from the IG's office.
Thank you so much. IG office, okay. Inspector General, thank you so much for your testimony. The Committee of Finance will recess until 1:15. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Next, before us, we have the Magens Bay Authority. And Mr. Hubert Brumant, the General Manager, I'm going to allow him to put his name and title on the record, along with the individuals who have accompanied him to provide testimony. Mr. Brumant, name and title. Please recognize Mr. Brumant, Mike. Don't hear him.
Good afternoon, Senator. My name is Hubert Brumant, and I'm the General Manager of Magens Bay Authority.
And next, Ms. Peterson.
Good afternoon, Senator Vele. Barbara Peterson, Chairman of the Board, Magens Bay Authority.
Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. Marianne Brown Calendar, Business Manager of Magens Bay Authority.
Thank you so much. You may proceed, Mr. Brumant.
Good afternoon, Senate President Donna Fred Gregory, Senate Vice President Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Finance Kurt Vierle, other committee members, other members of the 34th Legislature, and the listening and viewing public. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Magens Bay Authority, MBA, I, Hubert Brumant, General Manager of the Authority, Ms. Barbara Peterson, Chairperson of the Board, and Mrs. Marianne Brown Calendar, Business Manager, are pleased to come before you to report on the operation of Magens Bay Authority. The St. Thomas Park Authority, now Magens Bay Authority, MBA, was created in August 1946 for the purposes of accepting and agreeing to preserve as a public park the lands transferred and conveyed as a gift by Arthur S. Fairchild onto the St. Thomas Park Authority. In his 1943 deed of conveyance, Fairchild stipulated that Magens Bay should be maintained as a public park with its natural beauty preserved for use by the people of the Virgin Islands in perpetuity without discrimination of any kind as to race, creed, color, or national origin. This vision is the mission of the board and management. The authority is a corporate instrumentality of the government of the Virgin Islands, having legal existence and personality separate and apart from the government of the Virgin Islands, subject to control of a 7-member board. Recently, due to the untimely passing of Attorney Elliot Mac Davis, board secretary, Magens Bay Authority was faced with filling an unexpected vacancy. Through a public search and application process, a new board member was selected. We were pleased to welcome Virgin Islander Mr. Jason Charles to the MBA board in November 2021. In 2006, the government of the Virgin Islands purchased 21 acres of beachfront property in the Smith Bay area, located on the northeastern shoreline of St. Thomas, including the former Linquist Beach area. This beach area contains delicate coastal and marine ecosystems, which serve as home to a wide assortment of plants, coastal and marine ecosystems, which serve as a home to the wide assortment of plants, that is, animals and marine life. The Magens Bay Authority was selected to develop and manage the facility and was accordingly granted funds from the 27th Legislature of the Virgin Islands for the task, thus extending the management responsibilities of the authority to include the newly acquired Smith Bay Park, in addition to the ongoing management responsibilities of the Magens Bay Park. Since January 1st, 2022, 191,944 people have visited our parks. We have had 366 shared and event space rentals and hosted 143 weddings. Magens Bay and Smith Bay Park continue to be a highlight of St. Thomas visitors, with an average of 2,000 visitors daily. Our parks continue to gain attention from international audiences, with 50,000 plus views on our website and social media from over 20 countries in the same period. This global attention is undoubtedly the result of not only the reputation of the parks, their natural beauty, and effort expended in the upkeep, but also the recent revamp of our website and introduction of social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. As a testament to the wonder of Magens Bay, it was awarded Caribbean Journal Traveler's Choice Best Speech in the Caribbean in 2021. Finances. Magens Bay Authority is projecting combined operating expenses of $2,391,493 for the fiscal year 2023. About 78% of the authority's expenses are attributable to payroll. The organization currently employs 39 full-time and part-time employees. Full-time workers' payments are processed via the Department of Finance, and the authority reimburses the government on a quarterly basis. The part-time workers are paid in-house, and the authority pays all taxes associated with those workers directly to the corresponding agencies. Both parks rely on entrance fees, open space, and user activity rentals. Additionally, Magens Bay Park has rental income from the Yak Shack, AAA Taxi Stand, and Magens Bay Concessions. Magens Bay Park has historically been financially self-sufficient, meaning that it does not rely upon any government appropriations to fund the Magens Bay Park's annual budget for the operation of these facilities. However, the authority has in the past occasionally applied for government grants and has received government funding for capital enhancement projects, primarily at Smith Bay Park, such as the gatehouse and bathhouse. Gate receipts at Smith Bay Park have never fully supported the cost of operating that facility. Despite assurances of support when the authority was asked to accept and operate Smith Bay Park, the necessary support to keep the property open and operating has primarily come from the operational income of Magens Bay Park. The Board of Directors has loaned Smith Bay Park a total of $610,916 since accepting its acquisition from the government. Without these aggregate loans, the operations at Smith Bay Park would have been curtailed or may have ceased altogether. Smith Bay Park has seen substantial investment in the infrastructure required to support its future financial success, and there has been a slight increase in revenues generated. However, net profit at Smith Bay Park remains disappointing, with insufficient revenue from gate receipts to support the operations of the park. The park has yet to achieve an adequate level of financial independence, and unless there is a dramatic upturn in park admissions and weddings, it will require continued economic support from its sister park to remain operational for the foreseeable future. This continued support for Smith Bay Park from Magens Bay operations will continue to limit funding available for timely maintenance of the authority's fixed assets, introduction of additional amenities for the public, and acquisition opportunities. Success and challenges. Our notable successes since July 2020 include installed digital point-of-sale system at all gatehouses, allowing for more accurate tracking of park usage data, new annual passes, customer receipts, updated website to be more user-friendly, introduced social media platforms, created online system to reserve sheds and purchase wedding and photography permits, completed phase 1 of the Arboretum restoration, and included credit card payment at Smith Bay Park. As with all successes come challenges. One such challenge is the constant pressure to capitalize commercially on the use of the parks. This is a historic problem. The board continues in its tradition of meeting any such attempts with a firm resolution to our mission. The authority's mission, while it allows for some minimal infrastructure development, includes restricting and discouraging development in and around the park properties, the upkeep of the Arboretum, the upkeep of natural trails for educational purposes, vigilant monitoring of upland development for runoff into the preserve, control of invasive species, and preservation of the mangroves. Additional challenges include nature, invasive plants, flooding, and increased seaweed on the shores, human behavior, loud music, bringing animals to the parks, bringing glass bottles to the park, and dumping trash on our property, enforcement of COVID-19 protocols, unauthorized selling of goods on property, including unauthorized service provision on property, facility limitations, long lines. Although there are challenges, Magens Bay Authority strives to operate its parks and beaches in a manner which improves the health and living standards of visitors and the populace of the Virgin Islands alike. Although the preservation of the island's natural resources, the provision of education on native flora and fauna, and opportunities for unmatched recreational experiences. Keeping the founding values at the forefront of MBA strategy, we have developed 3 key areas to focus on: preservation, education, and our facilities and staff. Preservation. It is the intent that the authority would maintain Magens Bay as a public park for the use of the people of the Virgin Islands for generations. In the upcoming fiscal year, the authority has developed 2 goals concerning its key value of preservation. Reach an agreement with the Nature Conservancy concerning the trails and land in their possession that rest adjacent to the authority's property. Partnering with the Nature Conservancy integral in preserving the lands for the enjoyment for future generations. There's a trail that starts on the authority's property. However, most of the trail property lays on the Nature Conservancy's land. This trail land is not being maintained in a manner in which the trail can be reasonably traversed by the public. The authority receives inquiries concerning the trails. However, MBA does not have the authority to effect change of the trail beyond our property limits for the enjoyment of the park's patron. Number 2, continue the restoration of the Arboretum and Coconut Grove to provide educational tours, informational on the local flora and fauna in the area. Restoring the Arboretum and Coconut Grove will be a huge undertaking. Since the 2017 storms, the Coconut Grove area has been cleared and maintained, but has not been restored to its former splendor. To accomplish this, the authority would work closely with the University of the Virgin Islands. The university has provided needed expertise and guidance in informing the preservation process of the Arboretum area in the past. Rehabilitating the Arboretum requires replanting of native trees, clearing pathways, and installing informational plaques. Rebuilding of the Arboretum and Grove not only leads to educational opportunities, but the planting of trees will help in the watershed and soil erosion in inclement weather. Education. The authority's second key value after preservation is education. The authority is committed to providing water safety, marine, and job skill education. Because of this commitment, the Magens Bay Beach is once again a Red Cross training facility. This designation will allow the authority to facilitate various Red Cross trainings. In pursuit of marine safety education, the authority is committing itself to the following. Number one, offering Red Cross learn to swim sessions and water safety classes. Our island's children love going to the beach and enjoying themselves. Water safety skills are an essential skill that all children should learn. Swimming also helps the heart and lungs remain healthy, improves strength and flexibility, increases stamina, and even improve balance and posture. The authority's intention is to provide a lifelong skill in a convenient and economical manner for parents. Number two, provide lifeguard training sessions. Participants will learn how to effectively prevent and respond to water emergencies with the American Red Cross lifeguard training. At the end of the session, participants will have the needed skills to be employed as a certified lifeguard. This will also help the authority maintain a pool of certified workers, facilities, and staff. Finally, to ensure that both parks are enjoyable for all those that visit, our third focus will be on the facilities and staff of both locations. Number one, provide refresher training in customer service, conflict management, ADA compliance, and any needed training for staff throughout the fiscal year, as well as mini professional development insights at staff meetings. Provide free Wi-Fi in our parks. Review and update emergency plans in an effort to increase the safety of our staff and guests. Continue the process of rebuilding Bathhouse 1. Implementing the request for proposal process for the concession at Magens Bay. The work, however challenging, continues, but the Magens Bay Authority fully expects to persevere in the development of the parks in a responsible, culturally appropriate manner, stewarding these precious Virgin Island resources to preserve and protect them for now and for generations to come. The Magens Bay Authority thanks you for this opportunity to report on the business of the authority. This time, we are prepared to answer questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. Senator DeGraffie recognized.
Mr. Chair, Senator Bolkis is here ahead of me. Okay? He's here.
Again?
Yeah.
Senator Bolkis, you're recognized. Thank you. Good Senator.
I admire his chivalry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to General Manager Brumant and Chairwoman Peterson and the rest of the administrative team for the Magens Bay Authority. In your testimony, you mentioned the combined operating expenses for the authority. That would also include the Smith Bay location, correct? Of that $2,391,493?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay. Can you tell me the breakdown for entrance fees for both parks for this fiscal year?
The total entrance fees for both parks? My apologies. Memory Ann, Brown Calendar. You would like the total entrance fees for both parks?
Yes, please. And while she's looking that up, I'd also like to inquire about a statement on page number 3 concerning the Smith Bay Park and not being able to cover all of the operating expenses and having to loan the Smith Bay Park about $610,000 in order for it to operate. Is that loan also need to be paid back to the authority from the other park?
This is a question that the board...
Or is it just absorbed?
I would say it's absorbed.
Okay.
But it's a discussion that the board internally that we're discussing.
Okay. And I know that the Smith Bay Park is on 21.73 acres. Have you looked into other ways of generating funding, such as having a campground of some sort, much sort of similar to Cinnamon Bay and St. John? You know, they generate a lot of money just having campground visits. Have you looked into that idea or notion even for Magens Bay as well?
Senator, this is part of the master plan.
Okay. Okay. I really think that that could also help the Smith Bay facility in addition to equipment rentals or even concessions in order to try to balance off some of that fall off that you're experiencing. And I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Brown Calendar.
Did you get those numbers by chance?
Yes, sir. Total gate receipts for this fiscal year until July 30th for Magens Bay Park, $1,452,650. For Smith Bay Park, year to date, $225,381.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Senator. Senator Vele, may I respond?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Barbara Peterson, Chairman. Senator Volquez.
1 minute, Ms. Peterson. And maybe not say yes, you can. Senator Volquez, it's up to your time.
Please proceed, Ms. Peterson.
To answer your question regarding the repayment of the Smith Bay Park, the board's position is to have that money repaid to the Magens Bay Authority. Unfortunately, we are constantly just a status quo. There are disadvantages at Smith Bay Park with the lack of food for people that visit there. We only have, it's a beautiful beach, but it does lack the infrastructure, so there's no funding coming in except the gate fees. So
Right.
our goal moving forward for 2023, and we're gonna have a competition for a food truck competition and ultimately offer a concession agreement with the food truck so that we can generate some revenues for that.
Okay, okay, I'd like to hear that. I also, on the post-auditor's report, page number 9, under professional fees, I'm noticing that a lot of those are blank, and I was curious as to trying to figure out what they're associated with. Page number 9, post-auditor's report, under professional fees.
This is Brown Calendar. The professional fees, those are different fees for the accounting services, our audit fees, legal fees, architectural designs, information technology systems, professional training, and so forth.
Through the chair to Magens Bay Authority, if we can get the description for which is aligned or correlates with the amount that we're seeing on the post-auditor's report, please. And I'm not sure if my time has been called as yet, but I have more questions. If not.
Yes, it has, but you may proceed with your next question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Concerning your capital asset holdings, between 2020 and 2019, I was wondering, I'm just assuming that land usually goes up in value, but I'm not seeing any changes there. And I was interested to know if there were any changes during 2021 and 2022.
There were changes. We did not do the post audit just yet. We just finished our audit, and when we get that information from the auditors, we will make the adjustments.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your leniency, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Volquez. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Magens Bay support you 100%. You need anything, leave us know. You want one of, we have living icons in the territory. People, Magens Bay is one of our natural resource icons. We're still in the top 10 most beautiful beaches in the world. Number 1, Magens Bay, number 1. If anything they get today from me talking about Magens Bay, get Magens Bay number 1. Now, I have spent 40 years working for the government, serving the people. Most important thing to me, most important thing, issue, set of people are your personnel. Mm-hmm. You talk about losing revenues from Smith Bay. How does it affect wage increases, taking care of your personnel at this time?
To ensure that we have continuity in our personnel, Magens Bay Parks revenues, we pay out all our personnel from the Magens Bay Park, regardless if whatever park that you work on, because we don't want the revenue from that particular park to have any effect on their employment. So we pay all of that from the Magens Bay operating funds.
Okay, so are they up for any wage? Excuse me. You have GS employees?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you have monies budgeted for the GS wage increase in October?
Yeah. No.
You don't have the money?
We do not. Mr. Brumant, maybe you should answer that question.
Well, the thing is, Senator, we just brought all our employees up to step. And as you know, Magens Bay is a separate entity from the central government.
Okay.
So we take care of our employees.
But it's a semi-autonomous
agency of the government.
Right. So it's still a government entity. You're paying money to GRS?
Yes, we do.
Right. So it's still covered under in terms of once they're labeled, I think, as GS employees. If I'm mistaken, like I say, I think they come under getting this wage increase in October too. So let's make sure of that, so you can make sure you get them fundings for them to get that. Most important, your employees. Now, I often wonder, where do your employees work? And Magens Bay, that beautiful seat, what type of facilities they're working in? And, what kind of capital outlay do you have money put aside for maintaining those facilities that you and your employees work in?
1 minute.
Well, we do have monies for contingency purposes, and we do have money set aside for maintenance and repairs. So this is something that we always look at, making sure that we take care of our personnel and also making sure that they are working in good working conditions.
Okay.
Yes. Senator, good afternoon, Barbara.
Good afternoon.
Again. It's funny that you said that, because recently we hired someone to work in the office, and when we told them there's an office at Magens Bay, they were like, there's an office at Magens Bay. So yes, there is offices at Magens Bay.
Okay, good.
We do have facilities. The staff is well taken care of. To follow Mr. Brumant's comments, we are up to step. We are where they're supposed to be. Now that you're mentioning that there's a step increase in October that we were not aware of, then we will have to go back to the union and negotiate that. But we are in line with the GS. Right?
Yeah, check with personnel. I think there's other personnel where it already has a pay scale and everything, so that could be taken care of.
But it's a hard place to work at Magens Bay.
It's hard, man. I wear my swim trunks. I have them lunch break in the sea, But again, what you guys are doing is priceless. And I would like to close by saying I support the board in their decision 100%. What you have on the challenges. The authority receives constant pressure to commercially capitalize on the use of the parks. However, the board has remained firm in its decision to uphold the mission of the authority. While the authority mission has allowed some minimal infrastructure development, it includes restricting and discouraging development in and around the park properties. The upkeep of the arboretum, natural trails for educational purposes, vigilant monitoring of upland development for runoff into the preserves, control of invasive species, preservation of mangroves, and man's predatory approach remain priorities. Let's stick to that.
Yes.
Keep that place. Like I said, that's a natural resource. That's beautiful. You're doing a great job. I support that 100%. So thank you for what you do. And if you need any assistance, you know how to find me. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Mr. Brumant, Chair Peterson, and Ms. Callender. Welcome, and thank you very much, Mr. Brumant, for your testimony this afternoon and all that you continue to do to make Magens Bay Authority and Magens Bay, number one in the Caribbean. I wanted to ask you, how much was your revenue for FY22? I know you mentioned your expense about there, but what is your revenue overall?
Do you want it overall?
Your overall revenues, yes.
Total in Brown calendar, total income fiscal year 22 till July 30th, it is $2,514,338.
Very well. And is there a comparison to the previous year at the same time?
Yes. Total income for fiscal year 21 was $1,795,441.
Very well, and that's during the same time period, correct?
That's the complete fiscal year.
The complete fiscal year. So we're doing a little bit better this time around. Thank you for that. And well, before I go to how the revenue is used, of course, I guess I could determine that. But what instrument are you using to gauge your efficiency, effectiveness, and to drive accountability, Mr. Brumant or Chair?
Could you repeat the question, Senator?
What instrument are you utilizing to determine your effectiveness, your efficiency, and accountability?
Okay, there are different measures that we're using. For example, we just introduced a new software system, with Booking, and that gives on-the-spot reporting. So that has helped us in our efficiency in terms of collections.
Okay. And Madam Chair, is there anything that you use to hold individuals accountable, the managers as well as the staff accountable?
Good afternoon, Barbara Peterson. Good afternoon, Senator Francis. That's a very good question. The implementation of the electronic, not just a booking, but making sure that we gauge the gates receipts and make sure that we have an accurate, our accurate numbers. It was a totally cash-driven organization up to a year ago. Now we can provide for real-time, on-the-spot revenue-generating data so that we can gauge our revenues for the next fiscal year. And to your question, where does our money go? Most of it goes to, like most organizations, to staffing. That's 78% of, I think it's 78% of our money goes towards maintaining staff and for the authority.
Okay. And I saw that there was an increase in the revenue for parking specifically. It went up to $204,000. Was there an increase in fees? What is the association that allow for, or you had more visitors? What drive the increase for vehicle parking?
Senator, everything was driven by, remember COVID, we were still in our COVID restrictions the year before and the year before that. So the parks were restricted to certain hours, so that's why the revenues were less last year and of course the year before that. So now people are coming back to the beach on a regular basis, so they we're back to what we would call normal operations.
Okay, and in respect to utilities, what are you paying for electricity, and is there an opportunity for you to seek out or sort out to be able to have alternative energy?
We, Barbara Peterson, again, Chair, we had a special meeting, we had our board meeting on Friday the 19th and a special meeting on the 20th where we made a resolution to start alternative fuel options, and we will be looking into that, sir. So we're on the beach, we have lots of sun, so the first option we'll be looking at is solar power.
Very well. I wasn't a fly on the wall, so I wasn't at the meeting, so no problem. In respect to philanthropy or gifts, can you speak to any donation, contribution, gifts that was given to the authority during FY 2022 and the amount?
Barbara Peterson, Chair, we did not receive any gifts from any entity, sir.
Okay, very well. And my last comment is in regards to the nature trails. I think that is so essential and necessary. What is the conversation that need to be had? Who we need to speak to in respect to developing some additional trails? Because I think tourists coming to our islands, our locals as well, are very much interested in being able to navigate those nature trails. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
To answer your last question again, Barbara Peterson, Chair, Senator Francis, we have a very good relationship with the Nature Conservancy, and we are in constant negotiations to develop the trails and have a better guest experience for the people who want to utilize them, and the safety aspect of it as well. So know that it is one of our priority for the Magens Bay authorities.
What is the target date for that, to get the nature trails back up and running?
We are actively doing this right now, Senator Valley. We have met with them up to 2 months ago, and we're just trying to work out the legalese relative to safety issues. As Mr. Brumant mentioned, if we allow people to traverse on that land, we have to make sure that if anything happens to them, that we're the liability of such. So we are working out that legally. But to answer your question, I would say by the end of this fiscal year, you should see movement on the repair of those nature trails.
Okay, we presently have insurance, though, do we?
We absolutely have insurance.
Okay, and that wouldn't cover the nature trail, the same insurance?
No, just Magens Bay. Our insurance does not cross over into their land, and that's why we have to. That's why we're working to combine, make sure that their insurance and their liability would cover. If we sell, for example, a hiking tour, if we sold Magens Bay Authority sold a hiking tour and it crossed over into the Nature Conservancy land, would we be liable? Would they be liable? Could they cover if someone got injured? And it is a treacherous trail, by the way. It is not for the faint at heart.
Is that a part of the discussion with the Nature Conservancy in reference to insurance and maybe a sharing agreement? Insurance.
I will also put on record, we're looking at what would it look like if we acquired the land. That's all in the talks. It's just a conversation being had right now, but that's where we are.
And last question before I go to Senator James. How are you looking at incorporating a local touch without commercializing the beach, but so that tourists can have a real Virgin Islands experience in reference to food and drinks? How are you thinking about incorporating a local touch without commercialization?
Without commercialization, the RFP, when we do complete it, would include having, I think it's 6 concessions that would be small concessions. For example, a hair braider or a concession to sell local arts and crafts. And that would be around the facility of the concession where it would sell food, water sports, and beverages. So we would offer 4 small agreements to incorporate the local aspect of the territory.
And when is that RFP going out?
At our special meeting on the 20th, on Saturday last, that's what we focused on was the RFP. What it would look like.
Okay, thanks. All right, thank you so much, Senator James.
Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. I see here on page 11 of 13 of the post-audit report, you have 2 vacancies for lifeguards. However, I do see you have an additional position for lifeguards in which you already have filled. So my question, what is the starting salary for a lifeguard?
Hubert Brumant.
Brown calendar, starting salary for a lifeguard is $16 an hour.
Repeat that?
$16 an hour.
Okay. And as far as getting individuals to fill those 2 vacancies, you had anyone who came forward? Do you have difficulties with individuals coming forward?
Yes, Senator. We're having difficulty in filling those positions. We have some folks in training presently. So if things goes well, we might be able to fill the position by the end of fiscal year.
Because I just want to remind the people of the Virgin Islands the importance of having individuals who knows how to swim. Some time back, I think his name was DJ Country and some other gentleman right down there at Haven site. We saw where individuals were able to jump in the water and save the life of a young lady. However, they were not lifeguards. So what I'm trying to show you, in a heavily populated area that is used to cater to our visitors and our locals alike, I just want to make sure that even though you may have 2 lifeguards, in the event where one individual is sick or have to leave the island for whatever reason, I just want to make sure that we have individuals who can be able to save someone's life. So please work on that and make that a high priority. And even if you have to offer whatever training or what have you, please do so. And I see here when I compare the operating expense between Magens Bay and Smith Bay, it's obvious that Magens Bay is heavily used compared to Smith Bay. As far as an overall plan to make the Smith Bay area more attractive and to get more revenues, have you implemented any plans?
Good afternoon, Senator James. This is Barbara Peterson, Chairperson. I mentioned before that we are implementing a food truck challenge coming up in January of 2023. That will be based on the winner of that food truck challenge would be provided with a concession agreement to operate there. We believe that the lack of infrastructure, now we do have a great beach with restrooms, but that's all that's offered. We have no water sports, nor do we have any food or beverage. I think that would provide for an opportunity for more people to visit, and it would be more attractive for visitors to go there, coming off the ship if we had those things in place. So we anticipate that our numbers will be different when we come before you next year.
1 minute.
And I have never been to this Bay location, and if I have, I can't recall. But I'm fully aware of the Magens Bay area. As far as keeping track of data, I know it's easier for you to keep track of the amount of individuals and the traffic that comes through Magens Bay. Do you have that data to find out how many individuals on a yearly basis visit the Magens Bay location and the Smith Bay location?
Yes, we do. The new software that we put in at our gatehouse, Brown calendar, the new software that we put in our gatehouse in February of last year, tracks the amount of people coming into both parks, the cars, even the cruise ship tours that come in. So we have robust data on our park entry now.
And is it possible, through the chair, I would like to request that data? The reason why, and as far as surveys, do we conduct surveys at both locations to make sure that we're getting the feedback from the visitors and the locals to make sure that we're improving our infrastructure, wherever things that may be lacking? And if so, can you place that on the record?
Time.
Barbara Peterson, Chair. We have not, but that is, you are tracking that 100%. That's one of the things that I have charged management with, to get a sense of what we do well in the Virgin Islands is complaints. So the board hears about our complaints, but we don't hear about the positive things. So we will be implementing guest surveys. We've created a QR code that we can scan to track the number of people and their experience coming to the beach, vote at the concession and the gate. So we're looking at a lot of new technology, even the upgrade of making sure security, knowing how many people are on the beach at a particular time for evacuation purposes. So yes, that's forthcoming, but it doesn't exist at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I know it was made mention that the Magens Bay Authority is a self-sustaining entity, and I'm happy that you're doing things to diversify, but I'm just kindly asking, let us make sure that we pay attention to that data and get the feedback of the people, so you can be able to sustain and have more revenues. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. We still have a lot of tours and the cruise ships coming to Magens Bay?
Hubert Brumant, General Manager. Yes, Senator.
Okay. What is the average price of those tours? Do you know?
Average. Could you repeat your question, Senator?
The average price of those excursions?
I think it's about $33, $35 per person.
Okay. I thought it was a bit higher than that. I'll check and see.
Senator, that's what we receive. For clarification, Barbara Peterson, that's what we receive. But Ms. Callender, you can tell what is the average price for what's sold on the ship?
The average price of the tours on the ship are anywhere from $55 to $75.
Okay. And we receive $33 per person?
No, Senator. Each guest comes in, pays $5 per person.
So where you got the 33 from?
No, I was talking about the tours. If somebody's coming on a tour, that person pays that $33, but we only get $5 from that $33. I thought you were asking the question about the tour for Magens Bay from the cruise ship.
Okay, but the excursion from the cruise ship is between $55 to $75.
Correct, but each person comes in from that tour. Magens Bay receives $5 per person.
Okay, and then they're provided a meal and drinks on the beach?
No.
No, not from you, from the excursion. I'm just trying to figure out whether or not we're getting a fair share for the tours, and whether or not I've been asking this for years, whether or not we could raise it to $7.50. It's been $5 for how long?
Yeah. But Senator Hubert Brumant, General Manager, to be fair, the tour does not only include Magens Bay, it includes a tour of the island, of which Magens Bay is part of that tour.
So you're giving an argument as to why you can't raise $2.50?
Not at all. I'm on your side.
Senator Saru, you reckon? Point of inquiry. Who is that? Point of inquiry, Senator Francis first, and then Senator Bulquez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brumant, I know that there was a conversation sometime back in regards to having a restaurant over at the Smith Bay Park. What is the status of that?
Good afternoon, Barbara Peterson, Chair, Senator Francis. We have tabled the restaurant option. It was slated to be built as you come into the park. Smith Bay Park, Linquist Beach, there's a gatehouse. It was supposed to be built on the outskirts of the beach. So that is tabled because we are still not generating the revenue to build this restaurant. It would have to come from the Smith Bay Park. I've said before that what we're looking at is trying to get at least a food truck there to have some food and generate monies through a food truck that can provide our guests a better guest experience. And that will be in January of 2023. And if you, the question that if you ask when will that be built in terms of restaurant, I do not have the answer at this time.
Thank you, Senator Boquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My point of inquiry came when my millennial colleague made a statement that I believe is a salient statement concerning lifeguards, and I was curious to know how many lifeguards in total do you have? In addition to, do they report to each of your locations, or they're just solely working at one location and you have to find lifeguards for another location? And how quickly do you believe you'll be able to hire or get some trained? Because we have a lot of tourists that come up from away, and we, God forbid, we would want someone to obviously, unfortunately, drown for whatever reason, and we do not have a lifeguard. That's a recipe for a lawsuit. So how soon do you believe that we can try to get those positions filled?
Hubert Brumant, General Manager. As soon as possible, Senator. On any given day at Magens Bay, we'd have an average of 4 lifeguards working. And they move from either at Smith Bay or Magens Bay. We can move them back and forth.
In terms of recruitment, Senator, it is extremely difficult to recruit lifeguards, and then we lose lifeguards to other beaches like Sports Park and Recreation, who pay more than we do. So we have trained lifeguards, and then we've lost them for, I think they pay maybe $5,000-$10,000 more. So unfortunately, we have lost them. But we are actively trying to hire lifeguards.
And Mr. Chair, I hope I'm not stepping out of line, but perhaps you should try to collaborate more with sports parks and see what you can do to try to collaborate and have them work with you in that endeavor for the time being. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leniency.
Thank you so much, Senator Boquist. I'd also like to welcome Senator Kenneth Gittins. Thank you for coming. Senator Saro, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all. The testimony had a statement about there's pressure to commercialize the beach. Mr. Brumant, I know you're throwing stone after me. But asking for the beach to be culturalized is not asking you to commercialize the beach. You know, we want the tourists to buy a patty and drink passion-fruit juice, and not buy a hot dog and a slice of pizza. So we're asking to culturalize the beach. And we've had King of the Wing, Slider Showdown, massive parties out in the corner, and it shows that all our land, you could probably pick every Wednesday, and Wednesdays could be cultural days where those, you know, African Southwell and Avelino Samuel and the rest of them show up on the beach and sell their local products. I'm not asking for you to put a water park on the beach. Make sense? I just want to clarify that, because when I brought that up, I get dragged on the radio stations. And because I really had concerns about the lack of culture on one of the world's top 10 beaches. And when we go to C-Trade always says that people would like more experiences. And part of your experience is your food, is your music. Now, the concession, the post-audit report says that 10% of gross revenue goes to the authority. Right. What is that? What does the concession generate? And while you're looking for that number, did an RFP go out for the concession, or is the same person we have for the last 30 years?
40 years, Senator. Barbara Peterson, Chair.
Is an RFP going out, Ms. Peterson?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. We are working on options, whether... First, let me preface it by saying that we are looking at the rebuilding of the infrastructure. The structure of that building is not in the best shape.
You're talking about where the store is? Okay.
Correct.
And do you understand because you and I had a disagreement about the future of Magens Bay.
Right.
So do you understand where I'm coming from with culturizing the concession and the music and the drink without commercializing the beach?
No argument there, but I want to point out, Senator, that we do sell local food there every single day.
The jerk chicken. I was on the beach.
We have oxtail there. If you,
Oh, we have
and it's
oxtail?
really good.
Okay, no,
It's
I'm just
really good.
Okay, good. No problem. So do you have the
Yes, year to date for Magens Bay concession, $527,465
that's how much has been remitted to you?
for this fiscal year so far.
Okay.
1 minute.
So if I multiply it by 10%, I would know how much a concession would make.
Yes, ma'am.
If I do the math. Okay, good. Now let's go to let's talk about your grants. I don't see any federal grants. Do you have any federal grants?
Not at the current moment. We have received, not physically received, we just finished the process of getting some funds to rebuild Bathhouse 1 that was destroyed, but we have not actually received any funds this fiscal year.
Okay, so let me go to the board chair now. Board chair, is the board commissioning any studies to monitor the effects of the runoff from the development in the surrounding areas or the natural occurrences? Because if you swim Magens Bay, Mr. Brumant, I think you can attest to this as well, the beach is becoming more shallow from the runoff, because how Magens Bay is, it's a natural runoff. Any studies are being commissioned by the board on the preservation and conservation side?
So the answer is no, Senator Sarro. We have not commissioned any studies, but I think that is something that we work very closely with UVI, the various agencies, Dr. Plattenberg and all these other people that keep us in line in terms of ecology, but I think that's something we might want to look at, because I do know that the erosion is creating a problem for us.
And Mr. Chair, if I may conclude, because about 10 years ago, you had a thriving conch bed that I don't even know if it exists still, and then the seagrass has almost disappeared.
I'm sorry, a thriving what?
Conch.
Oh, conch. Okay.
Conch bed.
Uh-huh.
And I'm just concerned, has there been a study done to figure out what caused the conch bed, the seagrass that's disappearing, and plans to enter into an agreement with DPNR and UVI, but you just said that. But I know that you have federal grants, you have beach grants through the EPA, you have the Great American Outdoors Act, and you have the Land and Water Conservation Fund, and those are funds I think that you could apply for as a semi-autonomous agency for the preservation and conservation of the beach. So I get all the bathhouse, the beach, the revenue, but we can't market a beach that would be of no use or wouldn't maintain its quality if we don't preserve and conserve Magens Bay.
Mm-hmm. Agreed, and I welcome you to, if you could provide me with those information. I
Following the hearing, I shall.
Thank you.
Okay, I think
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Do we have moorings outside of Magens Bay? Out there? Are there any moorings?
Lawrence? No. Yes, Senator.
How many?
Some of the fishermen, as part of the deed, they do have their moorings that they normally anchor, but it's not for private use. I mean public use.
Not for public.
Okay, so the public, they're using what? Anchors?
Anchors.
Okay. And you have assessed whether or not there's any environmental damage there?
Barbara Peterson, Commissioner J.P. Oriole has met with us to discuss putting in moorings for how many? Nine? Nine moorings, and we are in discussion to determine where they will be. So that happened in our July meeting, I think it was. So that is in the works.
Is there a fee for anchoring in Magens Bay?
There will be once those are in. No, the anchoring.
There's no anchoring fee because there's no mooring, but any yacht that comes in has to get approval from DPNR.
Just to add, Brown Calendar.
I'll let somebody else drill down on that. You wanted a point of inquiry? Senator James?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the point of inquiry. It's along the same line of questioning of my millennial colleague when she asked about advertising. I see here in the post-audit report, page 12 of 13, you mentioned that $6,951 was spent for Magens Bay for advertising and $618 for Smith Bay. So it's a twofold question. I would like for you to break down what was spent for advertising and marketing for both areas, and if you do collaborate with the Department of Tourism as far as receiving any kind of funding or marketing assistance to make sure that we brand Magens Bay as one of our prime destinations. So can you answer that for me?
Thank you, Senator James. You may respond.
Barbara Peterson, Chair. We received no monies from the tourism department. And the second question was, how much did we spend on advertising?
Yeah.
Senator James?
For each park.
Yes. In the post-audit report, page 12 of 13, you have advertising for operating expenses. Magens Bay is $6,951, Smith Bay is $618. So I want a breakdown of what did you spend for marketing or advertising for both areas, and if you do receive any additional assistance from Department of Tourism to brand Magens Bay as one of our prime destinations, as our millennial colleague said, is in the top 10.
As I
Thank you,
mentioned,
Mr.
we
Chair,
do
for
not
that.
from tourism, but I'll let Mrs. Brown-Callender answer the breakdown for the $6,000 and the $600.
I don't have the exact breakdown, but it was spent on magazine ads, brochures, those sort of collateral for the cruise ships and hotels and villas for advertising the activities on Magens Bay and Smith Bay.
Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I know a lot about advertising and marketing. I'm not doubting those at the Magens Bay Authority, but I find $6,951 to be very low. And if you're operating within your budget, I understand. But as far as a simple conversation with Department of Tourism, I'm just suggesting, if you want to help brand Magens Bay and all that you plan to offer to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, because I know recently we had a big show there, and I think Method Man was there and several other people. So those individuals who are very influential, if we market it right, we could get that message all across the world and make the Virgin Islands a great place to visit. So I'm just making suggestions. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
I just want to add with the marketing.
Point of information. Sorry.
We have added a good amount of money for marketing in the next fiscal year to do just that. We do want to make Magens Bay Authority, the Magens Bay beaches, worldwide, and we want to push that marketing out. We had a quick conversation with tourism for them to use Magens Bay Beach as the front of their ads that they're doing elsewhere. So that conversation is in the work in terms of marketing for the beaches.
Thank you. Senator Saro, point of inquiry.
Thank you. Back to the Honor Preservation and Conservation Mission. May I suggest, or can I ask that you expand your personnel listing to include scientific and technical staff? Magens Bay has to move beyond, I don't want to call them the busy bees, but the ones that collect the money, clean the beach, security. If you could hire some technical staff that can do grant writing and monitoring the environmental impacts, because climate change is real. And you can get funding also through the climate change grants as well. So I'd like to see you put in the budget, some grant writers, some biologists, some scientists, those who have degrees in environmental, engineering. And then lastly, in the other point, did I miss? Tell me the story again with these boats. So they don't have any moorings. They don't have any moorings. So they just drop their anchor.
That's right.
And they drop their anchor, and they don't pay any fee.
That is correct. They don't pay any fee to us.
Who they paying? Sorry, who are they paying the fees to?
DPNR.
So nothing is remitted to the Magens Bay Authority.
No, whenever they anchor and the passengers come to the beach, then they pay the admission, the user fee of $5.
Mr. Chair, if I may probe just a little bit more. So when the anchor is dropped, who's monitoring where the anchor is dropped? Because you ever see an anchor from a yacht?
Yes,
It's like a big bulldozer going zhoosh, zhoosh on the seafloor?
Senator, this has always been a concern of mine and the board. Dropping anchor, dragging anchor, and all what that could happen to the Benthic community in that particular area.
That's probably why they see grass
discussion. Yeah, this is a discussion that we've had several times. We've had discussions with Mr. Oriole concerning.
So lastly,
yes,
Mr. Chair, I'm done at this point. Chairwoman Peterson, as a member of the cabinet, what is your discussion to enter into an MOU with DPNR to preserve the quality of the beach, given that these anchors are dropping anywhere? We don't know if they're dropping in a reef, a seabed, the conch bed. What is the role of the board to really take an assertive approach?
As I said before, we did meet with DPNR. We stay in communication with them. We rely on them for enforcement. And then when we get complaints, so when we get complaints about, because we will call enforcement with these big anchors dropping, and then we'll get the phone calls, and you'll get the phone calls, and then we get balled out because we're going after people for dropping these anchors. So when they do, we're asking for you to support us and back us up and tell people that they can't drop the anchors.
But that's
so to answer your question about DPNR, we have met with them. As I said, JP Oriole, Commissioner JP Oriole and I, and our team, our authority and the board have met, and we are going to put in moorings. What that looks like, how many, where they're going to be placed. He provided us with a map. We'd be happy to provide that to you. You could come out to the beach. We can sit down and show you what our plans are. But that is absolutely one of the priorities right now for the Magens Bay Authority, preservation in that water. But we do have an issue with enforcement.
Because by the time the anchor drops, it'll be a bit late. The damage has been done.
Right.
Thank you for the latitude, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Senator Sorrow. Magens Bay is really a beautiful site, and we just have to make sure that we preserve it forever. So we have to balance everything to make sure that we're able to sustain that beautiful site. Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. So let me start from the bottom up then, since that's where the discussion is. And I'll say that maybe what we should do is ensure that DPNR has a position on this board. Now, any one of the Magens Bay officials, what authority, if any, do you have over these boats coming into the bay there?
Senator,
I should ask. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Hubert, Brumant, General Manager, Magens Bay Authority. We have no authority over these boats. DPNR has the jurisdiction over that part of the ocean. Magens Bay, we are only responsible for the buoys coming to shore. But however, we do have a boat that the lifeguards normally go out and educate the boaters, because we realize that we have to protect the entire bay. And we cannot allow. Go ahead, Senator.
So slow down there for me. So you're just educating boaters. These individuals are not charged coming in to the bay and utilizing the same facilities that we would come in through the gate to have to pay a fee to come in?
They do
pay a fee coming in on land, $5 per person.
They do pay a fee coming in once they hit land, you're saying?
Yes, Senator. But if
so you have someone there. So you have someone there that monitors this movement?
Yes, Senator.
And how much do you say that they pay?
$5 per person.
$5 per person?
Yes, Senator.
do you charge a premium for them coming in and being able to, you said you don't have no moorings, but they have to anchor somewhere out there. So do you charge a premium for them anchoring out there in our waters at one of the world's most beautiful beaches in the world?
No, we don't.
Oh. Okay. So, which will take me to the question I wanted to ask you first. When did you extend your hours of collections until 6 p.m. at the front gate?
A year ago. We started from 7 o'clock and we go up to 6 o'clock. But most times we would stop at 5:30.
So repeat that for me.
About a year ago, we started from 7 o'clock and it goes up to 6 o'clock, depending on the day and the traffic. But
7 a.m.
Yes, Senator. And the time is posted at the front.
So what percentage of your revenues come in between 5 and 6 p.m.?
1 minute.
I'll have to calculate that. It depends on the day.
Most people that come between 5:30 and 6 are walkers or people who come to exercise. It's not that we do not generate that much traffic between 5 and 6.
Right. So why aren't we just letting our residents be able to do that? With there being hardly any place for people to go ahead and exercise. That's why I want to see what's your percentage between 5 and 6 p.m.
Most days we stop collecting at 5:30, sometimes even 5 o'clock because of the number of people that are coming in. So
most days.
The amount is negligible. It's very small.
Okay, I would ask for the authority to consider charging more for those people coming in, anchoring in our bay, and allow our residents who go out there to exercise between 5 and 7 p.m. to be able to get into the facilities and just exercise. All they're doing is walking on the beaches. I'm just asking that you consider that and that's why I was asking what's the percentage of your collection between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. because I'm sure that you can make that up elsewhere. These guys are coming in. You say you don't have any moorings. Of course, the moorings would have been handled by DPNR, but these guys are coming in. They're anchoring in our bays, and I'm quite sure that you don't capture all those people coming into the shoreline. And I'm just saying that this could be a way for you to capture that revenue if you were to consider allowing residents to get in there after work and being able to live a healthy life by exercising. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the authority.
Thank you, Senator Giddens. Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and a pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I wanted to go straight into asking you some questions first about your governance. I noticed on the post-audit report you haven't replaced your secretary for the board. It's still open. Madam Chair?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Joseph Barbara Peterson. No one wants a job.
Okay.
It's obviously the secretarial position on the board is a hefty lift. So we're trying to convince someone to take it.
Okay, understood.
We should have it.
Understood. Now, I wanted to ask you a question on page 4 of the 13 of the post-audit report. It mentioned that the 27th legislature has appropriated monies, $1.5 million, to finance the planning and development and management of the Smith Bay Park. Was all of that, do you have plans in hand and what that would have looked like? This would have been from 2007 or the like. because we want to have that park generating and being self-sufficient.
So that 1.5 went to what we have now, the bathhouse, because most of you who live on St. Thomas know that it was a beautiful beach, but there was nothing there.
Right.
So we have a bathhouse, we have sheds now, we have a gatehouse, we have a road, we have flora and fauna, we have it. You know, aesthetically, it looks like a really nice place to go.
So there wasn't any future plans for the concession included in
drawings,
the
and
drawings,
plans,
the rendering,
but not funding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
And so, of course, you mentioned that portion, as far as getting the concession and the restaurant to operate, is no longer on the table right now because of funding. Correct?
Because of funding.
Okay. The next thing I wanted to ask is, how are you marketing the Smith Bay Park? All of my questions are going to be geared towards the Smith Bay Park because, of course, I played a role in the purchase of the Smith Bay Park. How are you marketing? I checked out your website. I only saw up and front, Magens Bay. Nothing about Smith Bay Park. Are you marketing it to the excursions, because it looks like it's limited and primarily focused on Magens Bay?
Barbara Peterson, Chair. Let me go back and come forward. The first time the Magens Bay Authority has ever been to Sea Trade was this year. This year. And what we have reckoned, we have not done a good job at marketing. We have sat on our laurels, I believe, and assumed because we do have this really great beach, these great beaches, that
right. It was 1 minute.
Oh,
so
I'm sorry.
I just needed to be succinct. What are your plans to market?
We have a tremendous amount of plans to market. We, like Mrs. Brown Callender mentioned, we have magazine. We finally developed a website. We are going to do TikTok, social media. We're doing a whole lot more than we used to.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
Okay, partly because I think you need to invest more money in the marketing. I wanted to ask also, you had some water testing. I'm looking at page 13 of 13, and it talks about water testing. And for both parks, you've expended about $10,908. I'm looking at a post-audit analysis, page 13 of 13. What is that water testing for?
Well, we're testing Hubert Brumant, General Manager, Magens Bay Authority. In order to maintain the permit for the waste treatment plant that we have in Smith Bay Park, there are a lot of testing that had to be done. Testing for bacteria, we test for E. coli, enterococci bacteria.
Oh, so it's for the wastewater treatment plant.
The wastewater treatment plant, and also the water itself.
And the actual water.
Okay, so DPNR doesn't do the testing for you? What do they do?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so is DPNR cost associated in here? Because
No.
Okay, so it's not in there. So this is primarily just for the wastewater.
Correct.
Okay, that's because that was my concern.
No, let me answer your question. Before large events, we do test our water as well for enterococci
So you
bacteria.
do your own independent testing and DPNR testing.
Correct.
And so all of that is circling, because I was concerned that DPNR is collecting mooring fees and still charging you a fee to conduct the testing of the water, but they're not. They're not. They're not passing on that cost to you.
No.
I also wanted to just talk about your bad debt. You have, and I'm looking at page 12 of 13. It's not a major number. It's just total combined of $8,273. What does that derive from? How are we getting a bad debt?
Vendors, Barbara Peterson, Chair of Vendors, who may have written a bad check. It could be an excursion company or something.
And what are you doing to collect that? It's not a major figure, but it can get bigger. And so you want to try to cut that off on the front end before it gets to a large number you're unable to collect. What are you doing?
We are calling the different vendors, but I do want to make it clear that this $8,000, that's been years that we finally put off our books.
Okay, so
that
you-
wasn't one fiscal year. We did that in that fiscal year. So
Okay.
this is years.
So this is years of
yes.
collecting. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if my time has been called.
2 minutes ago.
Oh, I didn't hear it on this end, and you didn't interrupt me. Wow, what a wonderful day. Well, I thank you so much for the time and the leniency, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you, Magens Bay Authority. Definitely, I would like to see more of a robust marketing strategy and plan in place. We need to bring in more money, and I'm sure with that, you'll be able to get your wish to build on the Smith Bay Park. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph. And I will close it just saying, let's make sure that we balance everything when it comes to Magens Bay and make sure that we'll have the same Magens Bay 25 years from now and we don't destroy the beach in any way by overuse. I think we need to generate some numbers as to what are the maximum allowable numbers per year that Magens Bay can be able to accept without having any environmental damage. I'm going to allow the Magens Bay Authority to put a closing statement on the record. So, Mr. Brumant, I'll allow you to close out.
Thank you, Senator and all the senators, and thank you for all the comments. And I would like to thank, first of all, Ms. Peterson, our chairperson, and also Mrs. Brown Callender, and to give thanks to all our staff for doing the work that they have done in the past and they're doing now. And as a team, we'll continue to do our best for the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony, colleagues. Thank you. I think today is almost the end. One more meeting on Monday with the Eastern Medical Center, and then we're doing the budget wrap-up. And then we'll do the markup next week, and we'll have the budget bills ready. So I want to thank everyone for making this possible today and for assisting. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.
Yes, ma'am.